Hello, friends. About 70% of the friends who watch my videos are not subscribed, and I would be very happy if you did. Also, don't forget to press the like button and leave your comments. Your interaction makes the content reach everyone and contributes to the growth of the channel. Thank you all. From which country or city do you follow? And what time are you watching this content? Now get comfortable and relax. I remember the first night I spent in my new apartment, as if it were seared into my memory. The unsettling quiet of the corridor outside, the faint hum of the nearby street lamp, and the oppressive weight of the darkness reminded me I was utterly alone. Yet, beneath that heavy silence, I sensed something watching me, an unblinking presence lurking just beyond the threshold of my window. From that very first moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had walked straight into a place where the normal rules of reality bent and twisted in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. I moved into this ground floor unit because it was close to my workplace. The ad mentioned the convenience of stepping right out into the communal area with easy access to the parking lot and the courtyard. I had thought it practical. It didn't occur to me that a bedroom window facing a shared walkway might feel more like an open invitation to anyone passing by. On the second day, before I had even unpacked all my boxes, I took a moment to stand at that window. In daylight, it seemed ordinary enough. The shrubbery outside, a small concrete path, and identical windows belonging to apartments that lined both sides of the courtyard. Yet I had an odd sense, even then, that this window would become the center of my unease. My chest tightened slightly as I pictured someone standing just beyond the glass, peering in. For the first few weeks, nothing much happened. I kept a modest routine, coming home before sunset, preparing a simple dinner, and then watching TV or reading until I drifted off. The only real disruption to my calm came from the echo of my own footsteps down the corridor. The hallway lights were always dim, sometimes flickering, and even though I knew I was the only tenant on this end of the building, I felt as though someone else's presence clung to the walls. My heart would speed up whenever I turned the corner to reach my door. I told myself it was just the loneliness of living in a mostly vacant complex. One night, perhaps 2 weeks after I settled in, I was lying in bed when a shape, black against black, caught my eye near the window. I can't say I heard anything, not at first, but I sensed a shift in the night. My breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I rose from bed, my legs feeling stiff. I moved to turn off the bedside lamp, leaving myself in total darkness so I could see outside more clearly. A silhouette, lean and tall, stood there as though pressed against the glass. A wave of cold sweat erupted from my forehead. I told myself it must be a trick of the shadows. Perhaps a tree branch swaying. But there was no tree, only that path and the faint outline of the courtyard's fence in the distance. My mind raced. Should I flick the light back on and scare it away? Should I say something? Should I ignore it, hoping it was my imagination? My pulse thundered in my ears. I inched closer, trying to maintain my composure. The shape was undeniably human. The longer I stared, the more distinct it became. My lungs tightened with each breath. Then, as if it could sense me watching, it jerked away from the window, dissolving into the deeper darkness of the corridor. I barely slept that night. My thoughts spun with explanations. Maybe a late-night wanderer from one of the upper floors, someone who had taken a wrong turn, or possibly a homeless person who found the courtyard door ajar. Each rationalization helped me drift off for a short while, though my dreams were plagued by fleeting figures in doorways and tall shadows leaning over me. The next morning, I forced myself to bring it up with the building superintendent, hoping to settle my nerves. He listened to my story, though his expression turned stony. He explained that nobody else lived on my floor, that I was the only occupant in that corridor. I pressed him for details, and he insisted, "I've never rented the other units. It's just you out there." The finality of his words, free of any doubt or amusement, made my stomach churn. My fingers felt cold as I gripped the strap of my work bag. As I walked away, he added that if I ever saw anything suspicious, I should report it. But the look in his eyes told me he didn't think I was imagining things. That night, I made sure to close the curtains tightly before bed. I dragged a small chest of drawers in front of the window, creating a barrier. It was a ridiculous sight. Furniture stacked against the glass, but it brought me a little peace. As I tried to fall asleep, I noticed how every creak of the pipes, every shuffle of W, ined outside, made my pulse accelerate again. I kept envisioning that same silhouette, pressing itself against the window, silently watching. A few days passed, and I began to breathe easier. Perhaps the figure was never more than a random passerby, I thought. Or maybe it was an unwanted intruder who had since moved on. My routine settled back into place. I caught myself glancing over at the window many times a day, though, feeling a prickling itch at the back of my neck. Even in daylight, I would occasionally sense a faint presence just outside my field of vision. As nights went by, peculiar details began to accumulate. I started to notice footprints in the dust outside my window. Single, isolated prints that were too large to match my own shoe size. They appeared as if someone had stood rooted in place, lingering there for several long minutes, but with no trail leading in or out. The prints seemed to disappear the moment they left that vantage point. Then came the sounds, a light tapping against the glass in the dead of night. The first time it happened, I nearly jumped out of my skin. I thought a twig might be scraping the pane, but there was nothing near my window to produce such a noise. I kept perfectly still, heart pounding so intensely it made my chest ache. When it stopped, an oppressive silence settled in. making my ears strain for any hint that someone was still out there. I could hardly breathe. The tapping resumed after a pause, lighter this time, as though a finger gently tested the surface. Terror seized me, and I felt the warmth drain from my face. My t-shirt clung to my back with sweat, and my breath turned shallow and quick. I willed my body not to move, not to look, as if ignoring it could make it vanish. Eventually, it did. In the morning, I examined the window carefully. The glass felt colder than usual to my touch, almost clammy. There was a single smudged print at about eye level, larger than my hand, but it lacked any clear shape to identify. I tried to wash it away, only to find the smudge resistant, as if it had been burned into the surface. My stomach knotted as I scrubbed harder. Eventually, the mark faded, but a faint outline still lingered. When I reported the strange tapping to the superintendent, he looked at me as though unsure if he should believe my account. He suggested I install security cameras or invest in better window locks. There was an undercurrent of alarm in his tone, but also a hint that he suspected something more elusive was at play. He didn't speak to me long. It was as if he wanted to distance himself from the entire subject. For a while, I followed his advice. I placed a small camera on the sill, pointing it outward, hoping to catch evidence of what or who lurked there. Night after night, I reviewed the footage and saw nothing but static darkness or a random stray cat darting into frame. Still, the footprints, the smudges, and that primal certainty of being watched persisted. My heart raced every time I played the recordings, half expecting to see the silhouette looming mere inches away from the lens. But I never caught so much as a glimpse of it. By the end of the first month, I started to question my own sanity. My reflection in the mirror looked haggard, dark circles under my eyes, my usually steady hands prone to shaking. Every night, I lay in bed, feeling my pulse throb in my temples, waiting for the faintest echo of that tapping. The fear that once felt external began to worm its way inside my own thoughts. I found myself paranoid about corners, about closets, about fleeting movements in my peripheral vision. It was as though I carried the presence with me everywhere I went. One particularly suffocating night, the power went out during a thunderstorm. The building's emergency lights did little to illuminate the corridors, leaving everything bathed in a sickly red glow. The storm raged outside, lightning revealing shapes in flashes, thunder rattling the windows. As I huddled in my living room, I could see faint silhouettes dancing along the walls every time lightning struck. My mouth was dry, and each breath felt like a rasp in my throat. Rain pelted the window, but beneath that torrent, I still picked up on a slow, deliberate knock. My muscles tensed until they were painfully rigid. I swallowed hard, feeling sweat bead at my hairline. I forced myself to approach the window. The living room opened onto the same communal courtyard, as the bedroom, and the curtains shifted in the wind from the slight gap beneath the sill. Another fork of lightning lit the world in white for a fraction of a second. In that flash, I saw a figure crouched on the other side of the glass. Its posture was unnatural, its limbs seemingly too long, bent at odd angles, as if straining to keep balance on the narrow ledge. I gasped, stumbling backward. My heart drummed so violently that my entire body shook. When the lightning faded, the shape vanished from sight, SW, allowed by the blackness. I cannot recall how many minutes passed while I stood there, trembling, breath labored, my hand pressed against my chest. The thunder eventually rolled on, and the lights flickered back, but my mind refused to settle. The next day, I noticed muddy stains on the brick exterior beneath the window, as though someone had climbed there and jumped off in a hurry. Panic gnawed at me. Every part of me screamed to move out, to flee this place, and never look back. But a stubborn curiosity, mixed with a sense of defeat over the effort I had spent relocating, pinned me in place. I wasn't ready to abandon what I had invested here, though I doubted my reasoning even as I tried to justify staying. I began to have fleeting thoughts. Maybe the figure was not a person at all. The way it moved in that split second of lightning seemed almost insect-like, too agile, too fluid for any ordinary human body. Shadows danced in my peripheral vision whenever I left the apartment. I found myself noticing reflections in the building's polished railings, convinced I saw that same silhouette trailing me at a distance. My breath would hitch, heart fluttering like a trapped bird. But whenever I turned around, there was nothing. Just stale air and flickering fluorescent lights. One evening, I resolved to confront whatever it was. The anxiety had bloomed into something nearly intolerable, making my skin prickle and my jaw clench at the faintest creak. I moved the furniture away from the bedroom window and sat in darkness, determined to watch, to see clearly. Hours passed with no sign. My eyelids felt heavy, my body rigid from the tension. Then a rustle, so soft it might have been a whisper of wind, reached my ears. My heart immediately kicked into overdrive. I listened, every muscle coiled, as I perceived a faint outline outside the glass. It pressed closer, so slowly that it took me a moment to realize it was indeed moving. I froze. Time seemed to stretch. My breath sounded unnaturally loud. I could make out a faint scrape against the exterior wall. The silhouette halted, as if sensing my scrutiny. For a few seconds, we were both utterly still. Me on my side of the window, it on the other. My lungs seized in a silent gasp. Then it began to edge away, slinking toward the corridor. Without thinking, I jumped up and ran out the door, adrenaline overriding any hesitation. My chest burned as I scanned the corridor for the shape I had glimpsed. In the dim hallway, a fleeting shadow twisted around the corner, leading to one of the vacant apartments. I approached the door to that apartment, hand trembling on the knob. It was locked. My breathing was so ragged I could taste metal in my mouth. I rattled the handle, but it refused to give. In a surge of desperation, I pressed my ear to the cold surface and listened. Inside, I detected a sound like shifting fabric, barely there, yet unmistakable. A wave of dread rippled through me. My skin felt clammy. I stepped back, heart thudding mercilessly, uncertain whether to scream or to run. Eventually, after standing there for what felt like an eternity, I retreated to my apartment and barricaded the door. The next day, I marched back to the superintendent, ready to demand an explanation. But something in his demeanor had changed. He seemed wary, guarded, as though he feared I might expose something he preferred to remain hidden. He refused to acknowledge any possibility of another occupant. When I mentioned hearing noises in the locked apartment, he simply repeated that the place was empty and that maintenance had sealed it long ago. His eyes flickered with an unspoken unease. That evening, I made my decision. I packed the essentials, loaded my car, and determined to leave that bizarre, suffocating building for good. When I dragged my suitcase out into the corridor, I felt a crawling sensation along my spine, as though something was trailing just behind. I could almost hear slow, deliberate footsteps echoing my own, but no one was there each time I spun around. My throat felt constricted, and every gulp of air tasted stale. I remember turning the key in my front door for the last time, determined never to return. My heart pounded so fiercely that I thought I might collapse from the sheer intensity of it. As I pushed my suitcase along, I felt that ever-watchful presence following me, pressing in until I nearly sprinted the final steps to my car. The air seemed thicker, charged with a silent threat. Eventually, I sped out of the parking lot, not once looking in the rearview mirror. Yet, even as I drove away, relief refused to wash over me. My shoulders ached from tension, and my palms were slick with sweat. I became convinced that silhouette, that formless figure, wasn't confined to the building. My eyes flicked to the side mirror more often than I care to admit. Every dancing shadow beneath the streetlights made my heart flutter. Even now, hours later, my pulse still aches, hammers at the memory of those footprints by my window, the tapping in the night, and the locked apartment that should have been empty. A part of me wonders if the presence has truly let me go, or if it slipped silently into my life and will follow me no matter where I seek refuge. That lingering doubt is perhaps the worst of all, not knowing whether I've left the terror behind, or if I've merely opened the door for it to come closer, waiting to reveal itself again when I least expect it. I first noticed something was wrong the moment I stepped into the storage facility. The overhead fluorescent lights flickered in a slow, disconcerting rhythm, painting the corridors in shifting patches of pale, sickly yellow. The air inside felt stale and cold, even though it was a warm Saturday morning outside. My heart pounded faster as I reached for the key in my pocket, an inexplicable sense of unease already gnawing at the edges of my mind. Somehow, I knew that this place wasn't just a convenient spot to stack my boxes. It harbored something I couldn't name, but could feel like a weight pressing against my chest. Even before unlocking the metal door to my rented unit, my palms were sweating, and a chill collected at the nape of my neck. I had vowed never to come here at night again, but the daylight wasn't making the experience any less unsettling. I rent this storage unit for my work materials, spare equipment, archived files, that kind of thing. It's a routine I settled into a while back, deciding that Saturday mornings would be best to keep everything in order. The first few times, I noticed small oddities, boxes slightly shifted, or labels I was sure I had turned outward, now inexplicably facing in. Nothing so big as to raise an alarm, but enough to give me that sinking feeling that something about this place was off. At first, I tried to blame my own forgetfulness. Maybe I was sleep deprived. Maybe I'd stacked something in the wrong corner and didn't remember doing it. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I'm a methodical person, and I hate disorder. I double-check everything. The truly unsettling incident happened a couple of months ago, shortly after I signed the lease. I had been looking for a specific box of tools, some heavy-duty wrenches and screwdrivers I needed for a repair job. I was certain I'd placed that box at knee level on one of my sturdy metal shelves. But when I went to retrieve it, it wasn't there. The bottom shelf was empty, except for a dusty corner I had never thought to clean. I felt a jolt of confusion run up my spine, my mouth going dry as I mentally retraced my steps. The box had to be somewhere. I began to search frantically, hearing my breath rasp inside my throat. Then, as I ran my hand along a row of stacked boxes in the back, I found the missing toolbox. Only it was perched on top of 3 other boxes, balanced in a way that defied simple physics. It wasn't just stacked. It was as though someone had placed it carefully at an angle. The corners of the boxes pressed into one another in a bizarre tower that could have collapsed if I so much as brushed against it. That was the day my perception of the storage unit changed permanently. It was the day I realized I was no longer able to shrug off the strangeness as mere forgetfulness. Something else was at play. Since then, I felt a constant sense of pressure in the back of my mind whenever I enter the facility. It's a prickling awareness, like invisible eyes watching from the dim corners, shifting behind the tall partitions that separate one unit from another. Some nights, I tried to convince myself it was just an overactive imagination. But no matter how hard I tried, that memory of the impossibly stacked boxes refused to leave me. And that is why I no longer set foot here after sunset, walking down the corridor this particular Saturday. I noticed that the overhead light seemed dimmer than usual. I tried not to think too hard about it, reminding myself that the management might just be cutting back on electricity. But as I rounded the corner toward my unit, the flickering intensified. Each time the light shut off for half a second, a wave of cold anxiety swept through me. I became hyper-aware of every little sound. The hum of the generator, the distant clang of metal against concrete, and even my own labored breathing echoing against the walls. My chest felt tight, and I realized how fast my heart was beating. The key slipped in my sweaty grip as I fumbled with the padlock. I exhaled in relief when the lock finally clicked open. I pushed up the metal door with a reverberating crash that rang through the hallway. My unit was cramped, with shelves stacked high against the walls, and a narrow path left in the center. It always smelled musty, like stale cardboard and dust. But this time, there was another odor lingering in the air, an acrid tang I couldn't identify. My pulse quickened, and I forced myself to ignore that wave of dread. I told myself I'd do what I came for and get out as quickly as possible. I had a list of tasks for the day. Reorganize some older paperwork, label a few new boxes, and maybe sweep the floor if I had time. Straight to business, I told myself. The sooner I finish, the sooner I leave. I went to the back corner where I kept the file boxes and froze when I saw how they were arranged. In my careful, methodical way, I always lined these boxes up in numerical order, each labeled with a permanent marker. But now, the top box of one stack was turned around, its label facing the wall. Another stack looked as if someone had nudged each box forward an inch, creating a crooked line that should have caught my attention the moment I walked in. An involuntary shiver ran down my spine. My throat went dry, and I realized I had started breathing through my mouth because my nose was tingling with anxiety. I tried to brush it off again, urging myself to stay rational. Maybe, just maybe, I had done that in a hurry the last time I was here. Maybe I got distracted and forgot to put them back neatly. But an inner voice whispered that I was lying to myself. I knew exactly how I had left those boxes. A scratching noise echoed from somewhere outside my unit. It sounded like metal scraping across a hard surface. Slow, methodical, and too deliberate to be a random sound of the building settling. My heart hammered in my chest, each thud resonating in my ears. I stepped outside the unit and peered down the corridor. The fluorescent lights were still flickering, casting the hallway in intermittent darkness. For a moment, I thought I saw a shadow at the far end, but the lights blinked again, and there was nothing but an empty passage. I felt the hair stand up on the back of my neck. My legs were suddenly unsteady, my muscles tensing. The corridor seemed to stretch longer than usual, like a trick of perspective was warping the reality around me. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it another tenant? The maintenance guy? Or perhaps something else. I tried to calm my breathing, inhaling slowly through my nose, but my lungs seemed too tight to hold any real breath. Deciding to focus on my tasks, I hurried back into my unit, shutting the metal door behind me, but leaving it open just enough to catch a glimpse of the corridor. Something about locking myself in completely felt even more terrifying. I reorganized the boxes, trying to drown out the thoughts swirling in my head. With each label I fixed, each stack I neatened, I kept telling myself that rational explanations existed. People misplace things all the time, right? Then another noise rang out. A dull thump from behind the thin metal wall that separated my unit from the next. My stomach tightened, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down my temple. This time it sounded closer, more forceful. I pressed my ear to the metal, listening. Nothing, just silence and the relentless hum of the flickering lights outside. I felt my breath quiver as I exhaled. Even though the storage units are side by side, the walls are not exactly soundproof. If someone was in the adjacent unit rummaging around, I'd hear it. But that single, jarring thump felt more like a deliberate knock. I decided to quickly finish labeling the last box. My hands trembled so much that my handwriting came out crooked. I felt silly for letting my nerves get the better of me. But the tension in the air was like a physical presence, pressing down on my shoulders, making me want to leave. And that acrid odor was growing stronger, stinging the back of my throat. Once I was done, I told myself I'd check the corridor again, see if anyone was around, and then get the hell out of there if it still felt wrong. I reached for the broom in the corner, figuring I'd do a quick sweep to remove the dust that had gathered. My plan was to keep my mind busy. In that moment, the fluorescent lights surged to a brighter glow, as if someone had flipped a switch. The corridor was suddenly illuminated far more intensely than usual, but only for a brief second. I saw the shadow of a figure pass directly across the narrow opening I had left in my door. My heart nearly stopped. The figure moved too smoothly, too silently. In that fleeting moment, my entire body went rigid. A rush of cold adrenaline flooded my veins, and I felt a tremor work its way from my fingertips to the pit of my stomach. I dropped the broom and lunged for the door, yanking it open the rest of the way. I peered into the corridor, but it was empty again, the lights returning to their anemic flicker. I called out, my voice cracking with tension, but it came out more like a hoarse gasp than a proper shout. No response, only the faint echo of my own voice bouncing down the metal walls. My throat felt like sandpaper, and my heartbeat pounded in my ears so loudly I could barely hear anything else. I decided right then I couldn't stay a moment longer. Rational or not, I had to get out. My chest was heaving with each breath, and my fingers felt numb as I scrambled to gather my belongings. I could reorganize and clean another time, or never. The sense of dread was overwhelming. The stale air in the unit felt suffocating, and that acrid smell made my eyes water slightly. As I was about to slam the metal door shut, I noticed a single box sitting outside my unit that didn't belong to me. It was small, no labels, just dull brown cardboard taped shut. My entire body tensed, and my scalp prickled with goosebumps. I hadn't seen it when I arrived. It was placed right in front of my door, almost as if someone had deliberately left it there for me. A wave of paranoia seized me. Maybe it contained something horrific, or maybe it was empty, just a sadistic trick to fuel my fear. My better judgment told me to walk away, but my curiosity got the better of me. I reached out, my hands shaking uncontrollably, and touched the lid. My palms were slick with cold sweat, and my legs threatened to give out if I stood still too long. Slowly, I picked the box up. It was disturbingly light, as if there was hardly anything inside. My breath caught in my throat as I started to peel back the tape. Just then, the lights down the corridor dimmed in unison, and I heard a scuttling sound like fingernails scraping against concrete. My heart raced so hard that my chest hurt. Abandoning any thought of opening the box, I placed it back on the ground, adrenaline surging through my limbs. Whatever was in there, I decided, was not worth the risk. In a blind rush, I slammed my unit's door, locked it, and walked as fast as my shaky legs could carry me toward the exit. My footsteps echoed loudly, and with each flicker of the lights, I half expected to see a shadow behind me, creeping closer. A sense of imminent danger weighed down on me, compressing my lungs. I tried to keep my gaze fixed forward, but I couldn't resist glancing over my shoulder every few steps. Each time I saw nothing, yet it felt like something was just out of sight, lurking in the corners of my vision. I could barely swallow, my throat clenched with terror. A thin layer of sweat coated my forehead and neck, and my pulse hammered with unrelenting force. When I finally reached the main exit, I hesitated for a second, glancing back down the corridor. The overhead lights flickered in a pattern that almost resembled a pulsing heartbeat. My entire body was shaking, and I had the disorienting feeling that the building itself was alive, watching me, waiting for me to make a final move. I pushed the steel door open with a rattling clang and stepped out into the daylight, gasping as I inhaled the comparatively fresh air. Outside, the morning sun was bright, and the warmth felt oddly unreal. My skin tingled with relief and lingering fear, but at least I was away from that suffocating corridor. In the safety of my car, I had a moment to let my mind spiral. Was I losing it? Maybe all those little anomalies were simply accidents, or pranks by some bored person with access. Yet the feeling of being watched had been so vivid. My pulse still hadn't settled, and I could almost feel the presence from inside that building clawing at the edges of my sanity. For days afterward, I refused to go back. Work obligations, however, eventually forced my hand. Deadlines, projects, and the everyday grind demanded I retrieve more supplies. But the dread I felt was almost unbearable. I found myself considering moving all my materials to another facility, though the cost and hassle would be enormous. I also had a creeping suspicion that running from this place might not solve the real problem. Whatever it was that had latched onto me might not be confined by brick walls and a cheap padlock. Now, every time I think about returning, my heart races and my stomach twists in knots. The memory of those shifted boxes and that impossible tower arrangement replays in my mind over and over, reinforcing the conviction that this wasn't merely chance. Something wanted me to see that, to know that logic and reason no longer applied. And that small, unmarked box I found outside my unit remains an unsolved riddle. I still don't know what was inside or who left it there, but a part of me is almost grateful I didn't open it. Maybe some mysteries are better left unknown. I'm haunted by the knowledge that I can't avoid that storage unit forever. My work depends on it, and relocating is easier said than done. Each Saturday, I wrestle with the decision to go or not to go. Lately, I've managed to push my visits to mid-morning or early afternoon, never lingering too long. And once dusk approaches, I'm out of there, no questions asked. I've become more cautious, borderline paranoid. If I see any slight difference in the arrangement of boxes, I feel my throat constrict and my palms begin to sweat. I glance around constantly, searching for signs of movement or any clue that I'm not alone. So far, nothing has escalated beyond rearranged items and fleeting shadows, but the fear remains. A gnawing uncertainty lingers in the corners of my mind, reminding me that something is playing by its own rules within those metal walls. I still question my sanity. Rationally, I know there must be an explanation. A trick of the flickering lights, or a person with a key messing around. But the feeling in my gut betrays that rationality. I can't shake the sensation that I'm intruding in a space claimed by a force I don't understand. A force that delights in distorting my perceptions and chipping away at my sense of reality. Every time I close my eyes at night, I relive that moment when I caught the glimpse of a moving shadow outside my half-open door, and the memory sends a jolt of fear coursing through me all over again. The worst part is, I have no proof. No photographs, no footprints, no rational evidence to show anyone else. If I tried to explain this to a friend or colleague, I'm sure I'd be met with concerned looks or quiet disbelief. So I keep it mostly to myself, breathing through the anxiety and reminding myself to hold on to what's real. I try to stay calm, focusing on the tasks in front of me, but the tension never really leaves. It lurks in the back of my mind, tightening its grip whenever I step inside that facility. And that's where things stand. No matter how diligently I straighten up the shelves, label the boxes, or lock up at the end of the day, there's there's always a piece of me left behind, an echo of my own fear in the dimly lit corridor. The building feels more alive now than ever, pulsing with a silent menace. I can't decide if I'm truly dealing with something supernatural, or if I'm caught in my own spiraling paranoia. All I know is that the dread doesn't fade when I drive away. It follows me home, settling in the corners of my thoughts, reminding me that next Saturday I have to return, and it whispers that one day I may step inside that storage unit to find something far more impossible than a misplaced box. Something that shatters my final illusions of safety. For now, I manage to hold onto a single truth. I survived this long without any physical harm, and I intend to keep it that way. Maybe the real danger is in losing my grip on reality. So each weekend, I brace myself, breathe deeply, and step back into that flickering corridor. I feel the oppressive air close in, my skin crawling in my chest tight with fear. But I go anyway, because I have to, and because in the end, the unknown is sometimes less terrifying than the thought of running from it forever. I remember the darkness pressing in on me like a heavy curtain the moment I arrived at the commercial building. My heart was pounding before I even realized I had placed a shaky hand on the doorknob. The corridor lights flickered, leaving thin ribbons of shadow dancing across the walls. Something felt wrong, profoundly wrong. I had no rational explanation for it, but my body reacted as if there were invisible hands gripping my shoulders, warning me not to go any further. I work as a freelancer and often borrow this office space from a friend. The arrangement began simply. I needed a quiet place to concentrate, and he had an unused room in a mostly vacant floor of an old commercial complex. At first, it seemed perfect. No interruptions, no distractions. I could focus on projects without the usual commotion of a busy shared office or a coffee shop. Yet, that morning, long before sunrise, I realized how unnerving that same quiet could become when drenched in pre-dawn darkness. I stood in the hallway, the fluorescent tubes overhead buzzing like distant wasps. My keys felt ice cold in my hand as I tried to fit the correct one into the lock. There was a brief moment when I felt I was pressing against some invisible force that was actively resisting me. My breathing went shallow. Sweat prickled the back of my neck. The attempt to unlock the door felt almost obscene, as though I was about to trespass into a forbidden place. It was an irrational fear, I kept telling myself, but the sensation was so intense that I stopped. I just stood there, trapped between the urge to do my work and the overpowering dread that whispered, in no uncertain terms, that I shouldn't step inside. Time slowed. Each breath sounded like a gasp in my own ears. My chest was tight, and my thoughts were scrambled. A chill ran down my spine, and I found my hand trembling so violently I could hardly hold onto my keys. I froze, waiting for the sun to rise. In that in-between state, neither night nor day, I felt pinned under a suffocating sense of being watched. No one else roamed the halls at such an early hour. Normally, that emptiness worked to my advantage. On most days, I would relish the solitude, proud of my discipline to get started before everyone else. But now, in the gloom, it made me feel vulnerable. My eyes started playing tricks on me. A doze along the corridor seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. There were no actual shapes, just flickers of movement in my peripheral vision that left me with goosebumps. Eventually, faint light began to seep through the tall windows at the far end of the corridor. My heart rate slowed, though it never returned to normal. My hand felt stiff against the door handle, but I managed to work the key into the lock. The mechanisms clicked. I pushed the door open, the hinges protesting with a low squeal that resonated through the emptiness. Inside, everything looked as it should. An empty office with a desk, a few chairs, bare walls, and a single window. The faint smell of dust and stale air welcomed me. Nothing was out of place. My friend had told me before that the building's caretaker rarely came up here, which explained the lingering mustiness. With the overhead lights turned on, I expected my anxiety to fade. It didn't. Instead, I found myself glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, convinced there was some dark shape in my blind spot. The routine of powering up my laptop and laying out my project notes offered little comfort. My pulse still thundered in my ears, and I couldn't rid myself of the sensation that I was being observed. Even the chair I sat on felt oddly uncomfortable, its cushion suddenly lumpy and cold, as though I were perched on something alive. When I tried to brush off the feeling, I found my hands clammy, my mouth dry. The entire room seemed to pulse with an undercurrent of tension. I tried to focus on my work, ignoring the flickering light overhead. This building had a reputation for sporadic electrical issues. Normally, I'd hardly notice. But that day, every flutter of the fluorescent bulb felt like a burst of static in my mind. There was also a constant tapping that I couldn't place, perhaps the old pipes or the wind. Yet it sounded too rhythmic, like a deliberate sequence of knocks. My nerve endings went on high alert, and my skin felt tight and hot despite the chill in the room. I sat there, telling myself I was imagining things. My friend had mentioned that the building was old and occasionally creaked in the wind. He had also joked that if I ever felt uneasy, it was just the ghosts of old tenants messing around. At the time, I had shrugged off his words as harmless teasing. But now, I regretted letting that thought linger in my mind. The notion that there might be something intangible, yet real in those walls, started to grow in my head, feeding my unease with every odd noise or flicker of movement. I got up to examine the hallway, half expecting to see someone lurking outside. corridor was empty, but the gloom made the far end look like a gaping tunnel. The overhead lights there were dim, humming like an electric lullaby. I could almost convince myself that the darkness was breathing. My palms were damp as I stepped back into the office. The door rattled slightly in its frame when I closed it again, as though the entire floor shuddered. Determined to push through, I resumed my seat and booted up some design software. The flickering lights made it hard to read the screen. The images blurred, and I had to rub my eyes repeatedly, only to find them stinging, as if I had walked into a cloud of dust or smoke. My head started to ache, and a dull pressure built behind my temples. The constant tapping, tap, 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 reverberated through my skull. I tried playing music through my headphones, but that only heightened my paranoia, as if I were deliberately rendering myself unable to hear something creeping up behind me. A draft of cold air snaked across the back of my neck. I turned so fast that I nearly toppled my chair. There was nothing there, just the empty office with the single window sealed shut. Yet the cold sensation remained, like the ghost of a human breath. It made my skin crawl. My heartbeat spiked again, and I realized I was breathing too hard, chest rising, and falling with shallow, ragged gulps of air. By mid-morning, the sunlight began streaming through the window. I should have felt safer with the warmth outside, but the bright rays only served to underscore how stale and stagnant the air felt indoors. Dust motes glinted in the shaft of light, swirling in slow motion, forming brief shapes that disappeared if I stared too intently. My mind kept creating patterns, twisted faces, or elongated limbs within those random specks, illusions that vanished the moment I tried to focus. The more I tried to work, the more my concentration shattered. Every slight shift in the office's atmosphere felt loaded with menace. The radiator hissed like a living thing. The walls appeared faintly discolored in certain spots, as though something behind the paint was seeping through. My laptop screen flickered, not from a technical glitch, but from my own exhaustion and anxiety. I blinked hard, forcing myself to stay grounded, to remind myself there was no real threat, just an overactive imagination, triggered by an early morning scare. But logic didn't help when the overhead lights dimmed for a few seconds, plunging me into a near darkness that made my heart pound so hard I felt it might tear through my chest. In that moment, I heard it again. The tapping, but louder this time, more insistent. Each knock felt like an accusatory hammer blow inside my mind. I whipped my head around, certain I would see a shape in the corner. Only emptiness greeted me, but the tension refused to dissipate. I decided to leave the office for a moment, hoping a short walk would ease my nerves. When I stepped into the corridor, it felt no better. The lights there flickered just the same, and the hush of the empty hallway pressed in around me. I forced myself to stroll to the end of the corridor and back. It was a mundane walk, yet Every step felt like a foray into hostile territory. My skin prickled, hair standing on end, as if I were an intruder being tracked by something unseen. Once I returned, the atmosphere in the office had changed. Or maybe it was just my imagination deteriorating further. The air felt denser, and the corners of the room seemed darker than they should have been, even with the overhead light on. I kept sensing subtle shifts in the shadows, as though they were inching closer every time I blinked. My heart hammered with renewed urgency, my stomach twisting into knots. The tapping was replaced by a faint scratching noise that sounded like it was coming from inside the walls. I glanced at the clock on my laptop. The day wasn't even half over, but it felt like I had been trapped there for an eternity. My head throbbed with a dull pain, and my eyes stung as though I'd been staring at the screen for days. Sweat clung to my shirt, and no matter how many times I adjusted the thermostat, I could find no relief from the clammy chill. What frightened me the most was a subtle sense that the room was shrinking. My vision blurred for half a second, and the walls seemed closer. The corners felt more acute, as though they were folding in on themselves. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just some bizarre reaction to stress, but reason held little power over the dread that gripped me. Around noon, I realized I had done almost no work. My arms felt heavy, and I had to fight the urge to just leave everything and run. Yet, a stubborn part of me refused to give in. I kept thinking I would become enslaved by that fear if I walked out, but my body had a different opinion. My hands trembled so violently when I reached for my water bottle that I nearly dropped it. My lips were parched, and swallowing felt like forcing down shards of glass. I tried to recall something my friend once mentioned about the building's old architecture. He had said it was known for its thick walls that kept the offices quiet, ideal for confidential work or total concentration. Now, it felt more like a fortress designed to keep me sealed inside. My mind raced with thoughts of what might lie behind those walls, a network of hidden passages, or an ancient ventilation system crawling with unseen life. The more I dwelled on these thoughts, the more convinced I became that I heard faint movements in the ductwork, a slithering presence that never emerged, but never fully left. Midway through the afternoon, the lights flickered off again, just for a heartbeat. That moment of darkness was enough to send a jolt of panic through my entire body. When they came back on, I noticed the door was slightly ajar, though I was certain I had closed it tightly. The corridor outside was silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had slipped into the office while I was momentarily blinded. I checked the corners, the closet, even the small adjoining bathroom. Nothing, but the sense of intrusion lingered. My eyes darted around, adrenaline making every nerve alert. The fluorescent buzz overhead seemed louder than ever, like a swarm of insects nesting in the ceiling. My throat was dry, and the simple act of blinking felt laborious. By late afternoon, I knew I had to leave. The day had devolved into a nerve-wracking vigil, with me jumping at every small noise and fleeting shadow. My gut churned with an urgent need to get out, to escape whatever intangible threat haunted this space. But a stubborn curiosity held me back for one last moment. I wanted some sign, some proof of what I was experiencing. If there was something genuine in that office, some presence, I felt compelled to confront it, or at least acknowledge it. I stood in the center of the room, letting my own fear surge through me. My heart hammered as if it might burst, and my breath came in ragged bursts. I scanned the bare walls, the dusty corners, the single window with nothing but an empty street outside. Then I noticed the farthest corner seemed darker than the rest, as though a deeper shadow clung to it. My pulse pounded in my ears. For a few seconds, I was sure I saw a faint outline, a form that was neither fully human nor distinctly monstrous, something standing impossibly still. My vision blurred. I felt my legs buckle, and I had to blink rapidly to focus. When I looked again, the shape was gone, yet I couldn't pretend it was a trick of the light. The heaviness in the air was too real, the sense of hostility too palpable. My throat tightened to the point of pain, and a tremor went through my entire body. My eyes watered, and I gasped for breath. The tapping had ceased, replaced by a silence so total that it pressed against my eardrums. I grabbed my belongings in a frenzy, nearly dropping my laptop in my haste. I fled into the corridor, not caring any more about appearances or rational explanations. My footsteps echoed off the walls as I made my way to the elevator. The ride down felt endless, the overhead light in the elevator flickering weakly. My reflection in the brushed metal doors looked pallid and hollow-eyed, as if I had aged decades in a single day. Once I reached the street, the setting sun felt like a lifeline. The world outside was bustling with cars and people leaving work, unaware of the smothering terror I had endured all day. I realized I was shaking uncontrollably, my breath still catching in my throat. I managed to steady myself enough to hail a ride, refusing to look back at the building's facade. Even though I was outside, I couldn't dispel the feeling that those windows were staring down at me, like vacant eyes tracking my departure. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt I was back in that office, hearing the persistent tapping, sensing the intangible presence in the corner. My friend later asked about how my day went, and I described my unease in vague terms. He said he had never experienced anything like that in the room. I almost told him about the shape I saw, about the door that opened itself in the dark, but I stopped short. Part of me questioned my own sanity. Another part of me feared giving voice to the experience, worried it would make it more real. The truth is, I can't be sure if what I encountered was something paranormal, or just my mind pushed to its limit by exhaustion. What I do know is that the sense of dread I felt was unlike anything I've experienced before or since. It wasn't simply a bad feeling. It was as though the office itself didn't want me there, as if I had trespassed on something's domain. Even now, when I think about that morning and the long hours that followed, I feel a chill ripple across my skin. The rational part of me insists it was nothing, that I just had a stress-induced hallucination or a severe anxiety episode. But another part, the one that still jerks awake at night drenched in sweat, believes that room harbors something beyond explanation, something that watched me, teased me with flickers in the corner of my eye, and silently delighted in my fear. Perhaps it's always there, waiting in that stale darkness, ready to greet the next unsuspecting soul who arrives before the sun comes up. I haven't been back to that office alone since that day. My friend thinks I'm just being dramatic. He shrugs off my unease as a quirk of a tired mind. And maybe he's right. Maybe it was all in my head. Yet the mere thought of turning the key in that lock again still makes my heart race. I can't forget the pounding in my ears, or that creeping dread that warned me, in no uncertain terms, to stay away. The memory remains raw, a scar in my consciousness. Whenever I recall it, I feel the same electric current of fear coursing through me, as if the office's hidden occupant is still calling out, reminding me of that morning when I stood at the threshold, paralyzed by a terror I can't explain. I may never have a definitive answer about what happened, but the experience left me with an unshakable conviction. Sometimes, a place can exude an unwelcoming presence that is both deeply personal and profoundly malevolent. Sometimes, no matter how much logic we apply, dread is its own proof of something we cannot name. And maybe, just maybe, it's best to heed its warning. The moment I pushed open the heavy steel door to the basement, a chill swept over me like a sudden draft from a hidden corridor. I'd been down there many times before, always with the intention of grabbing some old boxes or checking on the water meters. Yet, that night felt different from the start. The overhead lights were off, except for the faint glow of emergency lamps, casting long, distorted shadows on the concrete floor. The entire space smelled faintly of damp cement, and the sound of my own breathing seemed to echo unnaturally. There was a pressure in the air, a heaviness that pressed against my chest. It was as if the basement itself were holding its breath, waiting for something. I remember pausing on the top step and considering whether to turn back. But pride and necessity pushed E forward. I had things to collect, and I told myself it would only take a moment. I kept the door propped open with a piece of wood, hoping to let in some of the weak illumination from the corridor behind me. It barely helped. The basement stretched out with multiple storage rooms and corners that disappeared into the gloom. My heart thumped in my ears each time I passed under one of the flickering emergency lights. afraid it might go out altogether and leave me in near total darkness. I reminded myself that this was just the building's sublevel, nothing more. People came here routinely to store old furniture or check the water meters. Still, something about the silence felt unnatural. Too thick, too deliberate. My footsteps echoed loudly, and when I stopped, I felt a strange hush envelop me, like invisible walls closing in. I tried to calm my nerves. I thought of all the rational possibilities. Maybe a rat scurrying behind some crates, or a distant rumble from the furnace. But deep down, rationality did little to soothe the crawling sensation on the back of my neck. As I moved through the corridor, I became aware of a subtle dragging sound, like someone sliding their feet along the floor. It was faint but distinct, resonating like a slow, repetitive scuff. My chest tightened, my throat went dry. I stopped short listening. For a moment the footsteps continued, shuffling somewhere beyond my line of sight. Then they halted with an unsettling abruptness. I forced out a greeting, hoping to hear a normal voice in response. No one answered. The echo of my own words, so small and uncertain in that immense space, made me uneasy. I told myself it might be a fellow tenant or the superintendent doing rounds. Yet there was no sign of a flashlight or any reply. Feeling heat rise to my face despite the basement's cold air, I swallowed against the dryness in my throat and decided I would grab the boxes another day. I turned on my heel and hurried back upstairs, practically slamming the steel door behind me. Even after I was back in the hallway, safe in the relative comfort of brighter corridor, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and my heart refused to slow down. That night, I lay in bed, replaying the sound of those dragging footsteps in my mind, questioning whether it was real or a trick of my imagination. Eventually, I fell into a restless sleep. The next day, I tried to push the incident out of my head. I told myself the building was old and echoed in strange ways. Maybe the pipes were causing vibrations. Perhaps I had spooked myself by overthinking shadows. By noon, though, I caught myself drifting off during a conversation with a neighbor. I barely registered when the neighbor asked if I had heard odd noises from the basement. My stomach lurched at that indirect confirmation, but I just shrugged, offering a vague statement about having noticed a few unusual sounds. We parted ways awkwardly, both of us seemingly unsettled by the coincidence. That afternoon, I resolved that I would go back down, this time prepared, maybe with a better flashlight or during daytime, to settle the matter and collect my boxes. I waited until mid-afternoon, hoping the sun overhead might make the basement feel less foreboding, even though no sunlight ever reached that level. I brought along a bright LED flashlight and a small toolkit. I reasoned that, at the very least, if I heard those footsteps again, I could investigate thoroughly. My heart pounded with anticipation as I descended the stairs. each step bringing me closer to the hidden gloom. The overhead lights were still out, so I flicked on my flashlight. Its narrow beam cut through the dark, illuminating swirling motes of dust. I could see the water pipes running along the ceiling, occasionally dripping condensation, which splattered onto the concrete floor. The droplets echoed loudly, as if accentuating each step I took. I told myself to stay calm and focus on my task. I navigated the corridor until I found the small storage room assigned to my apartment. Stepping inside to look for the boxes I needed, the tight space smelled of mildew, and cardboard boxes lined the shelves, some sagging with age. As I rummaged through them, I thought I heard a faint whisper, too distant to make out words. My entire body tensed, and I froze, straining my ears, but the whisper never repeated. I tried to dismiss it as the hiss of pipes or my imagination running wild. Yet my nerves were frayed by then. Every little sound, the hum of electricity, the drip of water, the shuffle of my shoes, took on an ominous tone. I noticed a draft slithering around my ankles, though there was no obvious source of airflow. My breathing quickened, and beads of sweat trickled down my forehead, despite the chilled air. In that moment, I felt an irrational sense that the basement was alive, that the walls themselves pulsed with some hidden force. My heart hammered so intensely that I feared it might echo through the basement and attract whatever presence lurked there. Gathering enough courage to step back out into the corridor, I shone the flashlight around. The beam revealed old cables coiled along the walls, thick pipes overhead, and the scuffed concrete floor. Everything looked normal enough, yet an undeniable undercurrent of dread clung to me. I paused by the water meter area, shining my light over the rows of gauges. They ticked away, the only sign that the building above was functioning. I felt the stifling sense of being observed, as though someone stood just behind me. My neck hairs bristled, and a wave of nausea swelled in my gut. When I whipped around, flashlight in hand, the corridor was empty. I tried to recall if anyone had ever mentioned odd stories about the building. All I knew was that it was old, built decades ago, and that some tenants said the basement was prone to dampness and flickering lights, but I couldn't recall any accounts of hauntings or supernatural events. My rational mind insisted there was a simple explanation for what I was experiencing. Yet, logic felt powerless against the suffocating sense of dread washing over me. I thought I saw a shadow move at the far end of the hallway, but when I pointed the flashlight there, it was gone. My pulse quickened, and my eyes stung from not blinking enough. Every muscle in my body screamed for me to turn back upstairs. For a moment, I closed my eyes and forced myself to breathe slowly. I told myself that if I lost my composure, I would start seeing shapes in every corner, which might drive me to panic. Summoning what little courage remained, I made my way deeper, searching for any sign of footprints or fresh drag marks on the dusty floor. If someone had been down there, I reasoned, I might find evidence of their passage. But the floor looked mostly untouched, aside from a thin layer of dust. Still, the feeling of not being alone remained. At some point, I noticed a door at the very end of the corridor, a door I'd never really paid much attention to before. It looked older than the others, made of dark wood with chipped paint. A corroded metal sign hung crookedly, unreadable from a distance. Something about it captivated me, like a magnet pulling me closer against my better judgment. I approached slowly, the soft glare of the flashlight revealing cracks in the wood. The handle was rusted, and a musty odor seeped from the gap at the bottom of the door. A wave of dread rolled through me. My breath grew shallow, and my palms felt clammy around the flashlight. My heart rattled in my ribcage as I wrestled with the impulse to try the handle. A small voice in my head told me to leave it alone. It wasn't my business. I should collect my boxes and go. Yet my body acted of its own accord, my hand reaching forward. Just as my fingers brushed the cold metal handle, a distinct scraping noise came from behind me. It was as if something had scraped its nails against the concrete, a slow, deliberate sound that sent jolts of panic through my veins. I spun around, flashlight darting wildly over the corridor. Nothing, emptiness. The air itself seemed to hum with tension. My breathing was ragged, and sweat trickled down my spine. I felt utterly trapped, even though I could run back the way I came. The pull of the unknown door, and the possibility that something stood between me and the exit, paralyzed me. The scraping noise came again, closer this time. My stomach lurched. I staggered backward, pressing myself against the old wooden door, wishing I could melt into the walls. The flashlight beam wavered, revealing glimpses of empty space. I kept blinking, certain that at any second I'd catch sight of something horrifying, some malformed silhouette lurking just out of range. My rational mind felt like it was slipping away, replaced by raw, primal terror. I wondered if I was hallucinating, losing my grip on reality. Every dark patch on the wall seemed to writhe. Every drip of water became a hiss in my ears. Suddenly, the basement felt heavier, the air thicker, like I was underwater struggling for breath. I choked back a panicked cry, not wanting whatever existed in that darkness to know just how terrified I was. Then, as abruptly as it started, the scraping ceased. Silence returned, heavier than before. My ears rang from the sudden absence of sound. I risked calling out again, but my voice was hoarse and trembling. I only managed a cracked question, something along the lines of whether anyone was there. But my words failed me. The echo that returned was distorted, almost mocking. I realized that my flashlight was shaking so badly that the beam jittered across the walls. Summoning all my resolve, I forced myself to walk, step by step, back toward the direction I had come. It felt like a marathon, Each footfall sounded deafening, and I was sure something would grab me from behind. The corridor felt longer than before, stretching impossibly. My chest tightened with each breath, and I could taste adrenaline on my tongue, a metallic tang that made me feel sick. I clung to the idea that if I just kept moving, eventually I'd see the faint outline of the propped open door leading to the staircase. When I finally reached the bottom of the stairs, I realized that at some point my piece of wood had slipped away from the door I'd left ajar, leaving it nearly closed. Only a sliver of light shone through. My hand shook as I inched it open. I couldn't fathom how it had moved on its own, and part of me was too terrified to consider the possibilities. With a final burst of adrenaline, I raced up the steps, each stride fueled by raw fear. My lungs burned and my legs ached. I burst out into the corridor above, the door slamming shut behind me with a metallic clang. Leaning against the wall, I tried to catch my breath. A wave of relief washed over me, but it was immediately followed by lingering dread. I felt exposed, vulnerable. Even though I was now in a lit hallway, I couldn't shake the sense that something from the basement might still be watching me. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, and my shirt clung to my sweat-drenched body. I glanced back at the door, half expecting it to fly open, revealing some impossible figure from the depths. It stayed closed, silent and imposing. I trudged to my apartment, each step a labor. Once inside, I locked the door, slid the chain, and pressed my back against the wood, staring at the empty living room. The lights seemed too bright, too normal, so at odds with the claustrophobic darkness I had just escaped. My hands were clammy, and my breath came in short bursts. My reflection in the hallway mirror looked pale and drawn, eyes wide and frantic. For a split second, I thought I glimpsed a dark smudge behind me in the mirror's reflection. But when I whipped around, there was nothing. Paranoia and exhaustion had clearly taken hold. That night, I hardly slept. Every creak and groan of the old building sounded amplified. I kept seeing the door at the end of the basement corridor in my mind's eye, replaying the scraping noise and the sudden stops of those dragging footsteps. Each time I tried to rationalize, my thoughts betrayed me, conjuring images of shapes that defied explanation. I wondered if I was truly losing my grasp on reality. Every muscle remained tense, ready to leap into action at the faintest disturbance. In the darkness of my bedroom, my heart pounded so hard that I feared it might never slow again. In the days that followed, I considered talking to the building superintendent about the lights, the strange sounds, and that decrepit door. But every time I thought of bringing it up, I felt a suffocating anxiety. What if the superintendent already knew something but didn't want to discuss it? What if confronting the truth only deepened the mystery? Part of me ached for answers, while the rest cowered at the idea of going back down there. I never did retrieve the boxes. Whatever remained in the basement, it could stay there. Each time I approached the elevator or passed the entrance to the stairwell, an involuntary shiver coursed through my body. My palms would start sweating, and a wave of nausea would roll through me. It got to the point where even walking past the basement door made my mouth go dry and my pulse spike. The sense of being watched was always lingering in the back of my mind. I'd catch my own shadow in peripheral vision and nearly jump out of my skin. Over time, those experiences fueled a constant state of alertness. Paranoia ate at me, turning everyday noises into harbingers of something dreadful. The elevator cables humming, the plumbing rattling, the wind whistling through the old windows. All of it contributed to a mounting tension. I refused to go down to the basement alone again, and I offered no explanations to anyone. If neighbors mentioned hearing strange things, I nodded politely, but kept my encounters to myself. There was no point risking being labeled as the guy with bizarre basement stories. Eventually, the nightmares began. Dreams of corridors lit by flickering bulbs, doors that led nowhere, and footsteps echoing in infinite halls. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart hammering so hard I had to remind myself I was in my own bed. On more than one occasion, I jolted awake, convinced I heard that scraping noise just outside my door. But each time, the apartment was silent, and I was left with the dying echoes of my own screams in my ears. To this day, the memories linger. The tension never fully left me, and sometimes in the dead of night, I think I sense movement in the hallway, an almost imperceptible shuffle that fades into silence the moment I focus on it. Whenever a neighbor or friend casually brings up the basement, I feel a rush of queasiness. Although I managed to pull myself out of that dark underground, I'm not entirely sure I escaped. Part of me remains there, trapped in the uncertainty, haunted by those dragging footsteps and the unseen presence lurking in the gloom. Perhaps what terrifies me most is the idea that nothing about the basement has changed. The door with its flaking paint and rusted handle probably still stands at the end of that corridor, half forgotten, yet ever present. The emergency lights still flicker, and the air is likely as stale as ever. Anyone could walk down there, unprepared for what they might encounter. And maybe that presence, or my memory of it, just waits patiently for the next curious soul who dares to listen too closely to the silence. I keep my distance, clinging to the shaky comfort of floors bathed in normal light. Some nights, I think about moving away, but the unsettling knowledge remains. You can flee from a place, but you can't always outrun what you've seen. That image of the basement corridor is etched into my mind, a looming reminder that sometimes the worst horrors are the ones that do not reveal themselves completely, that remain poised just beyond sight, feeding on fear and unanswered questions. I never found out who or what caused those slow, dragging footsteps. I never discovered the source of that scraping noise. and I never opened that old door at the end of the hallway. But the not knowing, the endless possibilities, is a form of torment that lingers. Even now, I can't decide if I'm relieved or terrified that I got out. All I know is that something was there, something that defied my senses and left a permanent mark on my mind. And that alone is enough to make me think twice before ever setting foot in that basement again. I still remember the first night I spent in that house. The wooden walls seemed to breathe, exhaling low groans whenever the wind blew outside. It was well past midnight, and every squeak underfoot felt unnervingly deliberate, as if the place itself had awakened to observe my every move. The scent of old timber and stale air weighed heavily on me, clinging to my nostrils and reminding me that I was very much alone in an unfamiliar space. Even then, I knew something was off about that attic door, the one at the far end of the hallway on the upper floor. Its presence made the entire house feel wrong. I had purchased this antique wooden home for weekend getaways, a quiet retreat from the bustle of daily life. At least that was the intention. The house sat on a large patch of land well into the countryside, removed from any prying neighbors. It looked quaint at first glance. A wide front porch, chipped white paint along the window frames, and a small overgrown garden that had probably once been beautiful, but a sense of abandonment clung to it like a shadow. On my second day there, I discovered the attic door, a simple wooden barrier with old hinges that groaned whenever I applied pressure. I soon realized it was not only stuck, but seemingly locked from the inside. There was no key to be found, and no one knew exactly why it wouldn't budge. It was that night, my very first in the house, when the sounds began. I was in the living room, the only space that felt somewhat comforting, with a single lamp casting a weak, yellowish glow onto the walls. I heard a series of dull thuds overhead, like footsteps dragging across the ceiling beams. My heart responded at once, hammering so hard I feared it might break through my ribcage. I remember tilting my head upward, breath shallow, trying to make sense of it. For a moment, I wondered if an animal had gotten trapped up there, but the distinct rhythm of those steps felt disturbingly human. They moved from one side of the attic to the other, pausing intermittently, as if whoever, or whatever, it was needed to catch its breath. By the time I mustered the courage to investigate, the sounds had stopped. The next morning, I gave the attic door another push, half hoping it would open easily in the daylight. No such luck. It remained stubbornly shut. My attempts to force, it didn't even cause the hinges to wobble. The handle felt ice cold under my palm, sending a jolt of apprehension up my spine. That was when I saw it. A simple metal latch, secured firmly on the inside. I had no idea how it got there. The day before, it was just stuck. Now there was a visible bar sealed on the inner side of the door. My stomach twisted. I was entirely alone in the house, So who had locked it from within? Determined not to let my imagination run wild, I started making excuses for this unsettling change. Perhaps I had simply missed the latch before. Perhaps it only looked different because I was still sleepy. Yet the pit in my stomach wouldn't settle. I spent that day trying to keep myself busy, unpacking boxes, dusting the furniture, and mopping the kitchen floor. The rhythmic swish of the mop against the tiles momentarily calmed my nerves. Whenever doubts crept in, I reminded myself that there had to be a reasonable explanation. I recalled speaking with a local handyman who had helped me with some basic repairs when I first bought the house. He had mentioned in a casual tone that the attic was rarely used by the previous owner. The man had supposedly stored a few old trunks and forgotten them. He hinted that the old occupant never felt comfortable in that area, though he didn't elaborate why. At the time, I laughed it off as typical small-town superstition. Now, though, my heart rate would spike each time I thought about that locked door. That evening, as dusk settled and the house was bathed in dim, fading light, I tried to relax in the living room again. The hum of the refrigerator in the adjacent kitchen was my only companion. Outside, the wind picked up and the front windows rattled. For a moment, everything felt normal. Then I heard it, the creaking from above, heavier and more pronounced than the night before. Each squeak set my nerves on edge, igniting a primal flight or fight response in me. My throat grew dry, and sweat formed at the nape of my neck. It felt as though invisible eyes were watching from that attic door, tracing every motion I made. Determined not to succumb to fear, I decided to go upstairs to examine the door once more. I grabbed a flashlight from my toolbox and climbed the steps. The old wooden boards complained with every footstep, a slow, agonizing orchestra of noise. My heart pounded in my ears, and I breathed through my mouth to steady myself. When I reached the door, I shone the flashlight over its surface. The wood seemed warped, aged by years of neglect. The latch inside was clearly sealed, its metallic outline mocking me. Without a second thought, I placed my hand on the handle, gave it a firm push, and felt nothing but resistance. Anger, mixed with dread, coursed through me, and I tried forcing it open with my shoulder. It didn't budge. That night was worse than the previous one. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard sounds. Slow, dragging footsteps across the attic floor, sometimes accompanied by soft scraping, as if an object was being pulled around. My mind conjured images of someone pacing back and forth, or an entity prowling in the dark. At one point, I jumped out of bed, certain I heard the latch rattling. The sweat had soaked through my shirt, and I felt cold in the damp night air. Yet when I stood there, trembling at the base of the attic steps, the house was deathly silent. My reflection in a hallway mirror revealed wide, bloodshot eyes and a pale face. Was I losing grip on reality? The following morning brought more confusion. Throughout the house, certain items were subtly out of place. A cup I had left in the sink was now on the kitchen table. A chair in the living room was slightly turned, facing the corner instead of the sofa. The living room curtains were partly closed, though I distinctly remembered tying them back. These were small details, but they piled up, feeding my paranoia. My heart raced when I pictured someone creeping through the house while I slept, methodically moving objects, but there was no sign of forced entry at any door or window. In an attempt to calm myself, I went into town to ask a local locksmith about old locks and how to open them. I described the door's condition and asked if there was any method to dislodge a latch from the outside. He shook his head sympathetically and mentioned that such latches typically needed direct access to be unfastened. From his tone, I inferred he wasn't eager to assist with any bigger plan to break down the door. The conversation left me feeling even more trapped. I returned to the house in a swirl of anxiety, noticing how dark the sky had become. Storm clouds threatened, and an uneasy tension filled the air, both outside and within. That night, the atmosphere inside the house felt suffocating. I made sure every window was locked, every door bolted. Deep down, I knew it was absurd. If there was something inside the attic, it was already within the house. As I lay in bed, I listened intently for any signs. For an hour, it was quiet aside from my own restless shuffling beneath the blankets. Then, faintly at first, came that familiar creak. My pulse began to soar. My fingers clenched the sheets in a death grip. The footsteps were slower this time, but they persisted for longer. On top of that, an occasional thump sounded like something being dropped. Each impact made me jump. A chill ran down my spine when I heard a definite metallic scraping, as if a nail or hook were being dragged against the attic floor. I felt lightheaded, struggling to regulate my breathing. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and a cold sweat slicked my forehead. There was a primal instinct inside me screaming that I should leave, but I also felt a stubborn need to confront whatever lurked above. Eventually, I forced myself out of bed, heart pounding so forcefully I could barely hear anything else. I tiptoed toward the attic steps, flashlight in hand, convinced I needed definitive proof of what was happening. Every board beneath me squealed. I stood at the attic door, noticing that the air around it felt unnaturally cold, almost bitter against my face. My hand trembled uncontrollably when I rested it on the door's handle. Suddenly, a loud thud from the other side made me gasp. My flashlight wobbled as my sweat-slicked fingers tried to keep it steady. I pressed my ear to the door, ignoring the splintery surface against my cheek. Something on the other side slid across the floor, followed by what sounded like a soft whisper. It wasn't a human voice, not exactly. It was more like an exhalation of wind that carried a pattern. In those few seconds, my mind teetered on the edge of panic and curiosity. Then the door handle jerked, as if someone had grabbed it from the inside and given it a violent twist. I reeled back, nearly tumbling down the stairs. At this point, my pulse was out of control, my shirt completely drenched in sweat. I couldn't decide whether to run out of the house altogether or attempt to break down that door. A sense of dread tightened around my chest. My vision blurred at the edges, and I questioned if I was simply imagining all of it due to sleep deprivation and fear. Yet the attic door seemed to pulse with its own malevolence, a barrier to something that shouldn't exist in this world, or perhaps existed only in my mind. For the next hour, I sat at the bottom of the stairs, bracing my back against the wall, flashlight pointed up toward the silent door. My ears strained for any sound, but there was nothing. Eventually, fatigue overcame me, and I dozed off briefly, plagued by nightmares of shadowy shapes crossing my periphery. In these dreams, the house was alive, guiding me toward the attic door no matter how desperately I tried to turn away. When I woke, morning light had begun to seep through the windows downstairs, giving the hallway a dismal gray tinge. My entire body ached from sleeping on the floor. The attic door looked unassuming in that weak daylight, almost innocuous. But I couldn't remain there any longer without confronting what lay behind it. Summoning my last reserve of courage, I went outside, found a crowbar in the small tool shed, and returned to the door. In the hush of early morning, I positioned the crowbar between the door and the frame. My hands shook so severely that I had to pause, taking a moment to steel myself. With a deep breath, I applied force. The wood groaned but held. I pushed harder, the crowbar groaning in response. My heart thudded at an insane tempo, sweat rolling down my temples. The latch inside scraped. The metal nails from the hinges squealed, and then, with a violent crack, the wood around the latch splintered. The door didn't swing open on its own. It remained in place, partially dislodged. I braced my foot against it and shoved again. It opened barely an inch. Through that tiny gap, an icy draft hit my face. I felt my pulse intensify as I tried to angle the flashlight inside. I could see nothing but darkness, as if the attic's interior absorbed all light. My mind conjured shapes shifting in there, but I couldn't be sure. A profound sense of danger overwhelmed me. Something in that pitch-black space felt wrong, heavy with malice or sorrow, or both. As I peered through the gap, a rancid odor wafted out, making my stomach churn. It was like old wood, mold, and something else I couldn't identify. Something acrid that stung my nostrils. My breathing grew erratic, and I fought the urge to vomit. In that moment, I recognized that going inside might be a step too far. It was as if every cell in my body screamed for me to stop. I took a cautious step back, crowbar clutched in hand, flashlight flickering. My legs trembled to the point of near collapse. The air around me turned suffocating, pressing in on my lungs. The old house shifted and creaked, as though it disapproved of my intrusion. Eventually, I staggered away, half crawling down the stairs. The realization that I might be dealing with something beyond my understanding crashed over me. My mind reeled with the possible explanations, some supernatural presence, or perhaps my own deteriorating sanity. By the time I reached the front door, my mouth was so dry I could barely swallow. My hands felt numb, and I was shaking uncontrollably. Outside, the morning sun had fully risen, offering an illusion of warmth and safety, but I couldn't banish the dread that clung to me. Every nerve in my body told me I shouldn't stay in that house another minute, and yet a part of me hesitated to leave it altogether, as if running away would mean conceding defeat to whatever lurked in that attic. For a few agonizing moments, I stood on the porch, staring at the shape of the house in the early light. The windows looked hollow, and the wooden boards seemed to sag under a weight I couldn't see. In the end, I decided to go. I climbed into my car, hands trim, laying on the steering wheel, and started the engine. As I backed out of the driveway, the sense of being watched intensified. Through the rearview mirror, I thought I saw movement in the attic window, a slight shift of the dusty curtain. Then it was gone. My heart thundered in my chest, and sweat trickled down my back. I drove away, the engine's roar drowning out my racing thoughts. Miles later, my breathing began to even out. Yet, even at a safe distance, I couldn't escape the unsettling certainty that the house was waiting for me, that attic door still ajar, beckoning. Had I merely unleashed something by forcing it open? Or had I stepped back from the brink of madness just in time? To this day, I can't say for sure whether the presence in the attic was a tangible entity or the manifestation of my own unraveling psyche. But I do know that when night falls and my thoughts drift toward that house, I feel my pulse quicken, my skin grow clammy, and a suffocating dread creeps up my spine. Part of me wants to go back, to see it through, to understand. Another part of me is convinced that doing so would risk whatever remains of my sanity. Maybe some doors are best left closed, and sometimes what we don't know can't hurt us until it does. I still wonder, late at night when the world is quiet, if something lingers in that attic, pacing in the darkness, waiting for my inevitable return. The memory alone keeps me awake, listening to every creak and moan in my current home, wondering if I've truly escaped, or if the haunting has followed me in my mind. In the quiet moments just before sleep, I can still hear those footsteps above me, slow and deliberate, reminding me that there are secrets best left sealed behind locked doors, and nightmares that refuse to stay contained. I felt it the moment I stepped out of my car that night. The air was stale, pressing against my lungs, as if warning me to turn back. The neon sign of the rural hotel flickered overhead, casting sickly yellow stripes on the pavement. I had been here before many times, but something about this visit felt different, more ominous. My heart drummed heavily in my chest, as though responding to a silent alarm no one else could sense. If I hadn't been exhausted from the long drive and the day's work, I might have turned around right then, found somewhere else to sleep. But I had no choice. My usual room was waiting, with its dull wallpaper and that ancient television that insisted on flickering awake at the worst possible hours. I'm a traveling salesman, have been for years, and early on, I learned that predictability helps me navigate the endless highways and towns. So I stick to a routine. Same hotel, same room. It reduces surprises, or at least that's what I believed. Over time, I grew familiar with the threadbare carpets, the tarnished wall sconces, and the faint smell of mold lurking in the hallway corners. But each time I opened the door to room 107, an unsettling chill would run down my spine. I used to brush it off as a result of the old air conditioning unit, or maybe the building's poor insulation. Now I'm not so sure. When I first noticed the television turning on by itself, I told myself it must have been a technical glitch. These old sets aren't exactly known for reliability. It usually happened around 3 in the morning. Sometimes I jolt awake, hearing a soft, crackling static, or a tinny old tune warbling from the speaker. My mouth would dry out in an instant, and my pulse would race as I fumbled for the remote, only to realize I'd left it on the bedside table with no batteries in it. Still, I tried pressing the power button, and the screen went dark again. I'd stare at the blank glass for a moment, feeling silly and more than a little spooked, before collapsing back into bed. But that was just the start. Over several visits, the incidents grew stranger. There were nights when I'd wake up at 3.3 or 4 to find the TV not only on, but showing some black and white program I couldn't recognize. The images were grainy, sometimes just a swirling haze, sometimes fleeting silhouettes that vanished too quickly to make sense of. On one occasion, I thought I heard faint voices, muttered words I couldn't understand. I turned the volume dial on the TV to 0, but the voices continued, as if coming from behind the screen. My stomach turned icy, and I felt beads of sweat forming along my temples. I flipped the power switch off and stood there for a moment, waiting. The room felt charged, as though someone else stood right beside me, but I was alone. The next morning, I chalked it up to exhaustion and tried my best to forget. It reached a point where I mentioned it to the manager. I said, in a controlled tone, that something was wrong with the television. He nodded politely, but gave me a look that suggested he thought I was overreacting. He told me, rather unhelpfully, that all the TVs in the hotel were old, so it wasn't surprising to see some malfunctions. I pressed the matter, explaining that the device would come on by itself with no batteries in the remote. sometimes more than once a night. He shrugged, said there were no other available rooms, and implied that I should just deal with it. His expression told me I was wasting his time. Frustration churned in my gut, but I walked away, hoping my next day might prove uneventful. That hope was short-lived. The next time I stayed, I decided I'd try gathering evidence, something to show management. I set up my phone on the bedside table, camera pointed squarely at the TV. I hit record and crawled under the covers, my body worn out from the day. Sure enough, around 3 a.m, that soft hiss of static leaked into my dreams. I stirred awake, drenched in sweat, heart hammering in my ears. The TV glowed with a milky light, lines flickering across the screen. I forced myself to swallow the panic that was rising in my throat and quietly turned to check my phone. The device was still recording. The little red light blinked to confirm it was capturing everything. My hands trembled as I reached for the remote again. But this time, I realized I had tossed the remote in my suitcase hours earlier. There was no way it could have been pressed accidentally. I could barely catch my breath as I stood and yanked the cord out of the socket. The screen should have gone black. Instead, it continued glowing for a few seconds longer than any TV I'd ever seen, as if stubbornly clinging to its source of power before finally flickering off. I felt a tingling at the back of my neck. There was something deeply wrong about that delay, like the set itself was deciding whether or not to comply. My skin prickled, and I could almost sense a presence in the corners of the room, intangible yet oppressive. I didn't sleep much after that, just lay in bed, eyes darting to the device now, and then waiting. Morning came, and I immediately checked my phone's footage. My stomach sank. The entire recording was corrupted, a mosaic of shifting shapes, warping colors, and a piercing noise that made me flinch when I listened to it. No clear image of the television ever appeared. I stared at my phone's screen, dread flooding through me. It was as if some force had deliberately scrambled the evidence I needed. My body felt cold, even though the morning sun was already heating the stale air outside. I tried to explain the situation to the manager again. He responded with the same condescending stare as before, asking if I was certain the phone hadn't malfunctioned. He wondered aloud whether I was under any stress that might be causing me to imagine things. The look in his eyes suggested he thought I was halfway delusional. I left the conversation feeling alienated, my skin damp with an anxious sweat. One time, after another restless night of that maddening static, I decided to block the TV altogether. I dragged a heavy dresser in front of the cabinet, straining my muscles to push it inch by inch across the worn carpet. My breathing was ragged by the time I finished, but I felt a small flicker of victory. That night, I lay in bed, exhausted but cautiously hopeful. My heart pounded as the clock ticked closer to 3. I told myself that if I didn't see or hear anything, maybe all of this was just my overworked mind playing tricks. At around 3:15, I stirred, throat parched, and realized I could hear the faint hum again. It was music this time, some scratchy old melody that sounded vaguely like a record from another era. I flicked on the bedside lamp. The thin slice of light revealed the dresser had been moved back to its original position. My mouth went dry, and my heart thundered as I sat up, feeling the weight of a paralyzing terror in my limbs. The TV screen glowed behind the glass door of the cabinet, showing a black and white swirl. I nearly choked on my own breath. There was no rational way for that heavy piece of furniture to have shifted without any sound. Yet there it was, back where it started, and the TV was humming away, even though the plug, still lying on the carpet, was clearly not connected to the wall. I felt tears of frustration and fear prickle the corners of my eyes, hot and unwelcome. My skin was clammy, my forehead slick with sweat. My pulse throbbed in my ears as I reached for my phone, only to see the battery drained from a full charge to 0. I felt a cold, creeping sense of vulnerability. There would be no proof, no video. I forced myself to stand, each movement laced with tremors. When I tried to touch the power button on the set itself, the screen flashed an image for just a split second. I couldn't say what it was, but it looked like a face contorted in some silent scream. My breath caught in my throat. I thought I might faint. And then it was gone, replaced by darkness. The rest of that night passed in a haze of dread. Every sound made me jump. A creak in the hallway, the rustle of the curtains, and the feeble air conditioner breeze. My mind kept conjuring images of that fleeting face, twisting it into shapes more horrifying each time it replayed in my imagination. By morning, my shirt was damp, the sheets tangled, and my eyes burned from lack of sleep. I kept expecting some figure to appear at the foot of my bed, drawn by that cursed television, but I remained alone, though hardly at peace. On subsequent trips, the phenomenon only grew worse. I began to dread my own reflection in the TV screen, half convinced I would see something behind me if I glanced at it too long. At the slightest hint of static, my throat would tighten, and my fingers would fumble for the light switch. I tried to stay awake past 3, but exhaustion usually won, and I'd slip into a shallow sleep, only to be tormented by half-dreams of flickering silhouettes. My paranoia skyrocketed. I avoided eye contact with the manager and any other staff, suspecting that maybe they all knew something they weren't telling me. Whenever I passed through the lobby, I felt the weight of watchful gazes on my back. But when I turned around, everyone seemed preoccupied with other tasks. It was suffocating. One evening, desperate for a solution, I called a friend who was knowledgeable about electronics. I explained the bizarre occurrences, though I left out some of the more supernatural details to avoid sounding completely insane. He speculated about faulty wiring, maybe a short in the circuit. He suggested I disconnect the power cable from the TV's back panel to ensure it was truly offline. The next time I checked into the hotel, I did exactly that, carefully removing the cord from the unit itself and placing it in my suitcase. I even examined the outlet to make sure no hidden power line was, sneaking electricity into the device. That night, I tried to calm my nerves by playing white noise through my phone speaker, hoping it would drown out any potential static. My body felt heavier with every passing minute, and the tension in my shoulders made it impossible to relax. By 2 a.m, I was still awake. The white noise started to sound like whispering, so I turned it off. An hour crept by at an agonizingly slow pace. Right at 3, the overhead light flickered once, and then stayed steady. I held my breath, listening. No sound. I exhaled, feeling a wave of tentative relief. Maybe it would be okay this time. At 3.2, the air conditioner clunked ominously, and the room went dark for a second. When the light came back, the TV was on. It glowed with that same ghastly luminescence, a grayscale swirl covering the screen. My pulse rocketed, and sweat slicked my palms. My arms felt too heavy to move, as if invisible hands were pressing me into the mattress. I forced myself to scramble out of bed, nearly stumbling in my haste. The TV's power cable was still tucked away in my suitcase. Yet here it was again, shining like a beacon of malevolence in the small, stale room. My eyes locked onto the static, searching for any shapes, any flickers of that horrifying face from before. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that the reflection on the screen included my silhouette. And something else. A silhouette behind me. My breath halted, and my vision blurred with fear. I spun around, heart pounding so hard it hurt. There was nothing but empty air. By the time I looked back at the screen, the strange shape was gone. But my entire body trembled, sweat pouring down my temples, my heartbeat thundering in my ears. I felt my sanity slipping, as though the boundaries of reality were dissolving under the oppressive presence of that damned television. Panic clawed at my insides, and I had to hold back a near hysterical laugh. I started questioning everything. The reliability of my own mind, the very nature of what I was seeing. The rational part of me insisted none of this should be possible. Yet I was living it, night after night. My breathing came in ragged bursts. I wanted to tear the TV out of the wall, hurl it into the hallway, but I was paralyzed by dread. In the harsh light of morning, I decided I couldn't keep subjecting myself to this torment. But my job demanded I be in this area every few weeks, and alternative accommodations were limited. Even so, I planned to try anywhere else. When I told the manager I wouldn't stay again, he gave me a blank stare. Then he said in a weary tone that the hotel had no responsibility for personal electronics or equipment that might seem to malfunction. He added that if I wanted to check out early, that was my decision. His words felt hollow, and his gaze was distant. I left with my suitcase in hand, my nerves shot, and my mind rattled. I vowed never to return. Weeks passed, and I managed to reroute some of my business travel to avoid that town. Still, the memory of those nights lingered like a dark stain on my thoughts. I had nightmares about flickering images, about the silhouette behind me in the reflection. Each time I woke, I'd be drenched in sweat, my chest heaving with panic. I told myself that, if I was lucky, I would never have to cross that particular highway again. But inevitability has a cruel sense of humor. A crucial client insisted on meeting in that region, and I had no option but to accept. My stomach sank as I realized what it meant. Another stay at the same rural hotel, the only place around for miles. With a deep sense of dread, I arrived late in the evening, forced to confront the peeling wallpaper of the lobby and the musty smell that had haunted my memories. The manager greeted me with a subdued nod, handing over the key to room 107, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. My hands shook slightly when I took it. My heart pounded in my chest, and an icy sweat broke across my forehead. Stepping into that room felt like returning to the jaws of a hungry beast. This time, I noticed tiny changes. A new piece of cheap art above the bed, fresh scuff, marks on the floor, but the same old TV waiting in the corner. My throat went dry as I stared at it, half expecting it to spring to life right then. I barricaded it again with furniture, double-checked the plug, and even taped the outlet with electrical tape to show myself that it was off limits. Then I waited, nerves frayed, body tensed like a coiled spring. Minutes crawled by. My eyes felt gritty and strained as I watched the clock. At some point past midnight, I drifted into an uneasy doze, adrenaline still pulsing under my skin. An abrupt hiss jarred me awake around 3. The television was on again, a soft glow licking around the edges of the dresser. I'd pushed against it. My heart slammed into my ribs, and my mouth went cotton dry. I didn't move. I couldn't. Fear held me motionless as I listened to that faint static. The lights remained off this time, leaving only the erratic glow of the screen. Slowly, I got up, ignoring the trembling in my legs. I pushed aside the dresser just enough to see the front of the TV. My breath caught in my throat when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. There was no picture at all, just darkness and a reflection. My reflection. In that reflection, my eyes looked wide, terrified. But there was another pair of eyes just behind me, hovering in the gloom. A surge of terror shot through me, and every hair on my body stood on end. My chest felt tight, and I could barely wheeze out a breath. I squeezed my eyes shut, and with a burst of desperate courage, reached around the TV to yank the plug free. Again, the faint snap of the electrical connection breaking sent a surge of adrenaline coursing through me. When I opened my eyes, the reflection was gone. The screen had gone black, leaving me alone in the suffocating silence. I staggered back to the bed, heart pounding, chest heaving. Sleep was impossible after that. I watched the first rays of sunlight filter through the threadbare curtains, painting the room in a dull gray. My mind swirled with the question I still have no answer for. What was that presence behind me in the screen? I checked out the following morning, not even daring to look at the manager. I felt an overwhelming urge to escape that place and never return. Every cell in my body screamed to flee, to cut all ties with that cursed room. Driving away, I realized my hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep a grip on the wheel. My heart thumped in erratic bursts, as if it might give out at any second. Even though I was physically leaving the hotel behind, the weight of what I had witnessed sat heavy on my chest. I still don't know what's truly happening in that room, whether it's haunted by some malignant force, or if my own mind has begun to crack under the stress of perpetual travel. Maybe there's something about the TV itself, a conduit for things beyond my comprehension. Or perhaps the hotel harbors secrets that no one dares speak of. All I know is that whenever my route takes me near that town, my stomach tightens with a primal fear. My heart beats faster, my palms go slick, and my entire body braces for the possibility of encountering that screen again. Sometimes, late at night, in the safety of my own home, I still hear the faint echo of static, or that eerie old music playing in my mind. I see shapes flickering in my peripheral vision, fleeting illusions that vanish the moment I turn my head. The line between waking reality and nightmares has become blurred, leaving me in a perpetual state of tense anticipation. Even though I escaped that room, a part of me feels like I never truly left. The memory follows me, a static-laden specter that refuses to fade, ensuring that my every thought of sleep is haunted by the possibility of its return. I remember the exact moment I walked into that house for the first time. The hallway felt darker than it should have, as if the walls absorbed every bit of light instead of reflecting it. A chill settled around my shoulders, and in my chest, a subtle flutter of apprehension took root before I had even put down my keys. Something was off, though I couldn't articulate precisely what. Yet, I still convinced myself it was just the drafty nature of an old structure with exposed brick, a charming fixer-upper that I hoped would become my weekend sanctuary. Little did I know how quickly that charm would sour. I bought the place at a bargain. Everyone told me it had great bones, and I was taken by the architectural details. Massive wooden beams, a rustic fireplace in the living room, and those unique exposed bricks that gave a rugged personality to each space. On the surface, It had everything I wanted. Seclusion from the city, a backyard that bled into a dense patch of trees, and that aura of history older houses inevitably carry. My plan was to renovate it slowly, piece by piece, and shape it into my personal escape from the world. Despite its isolated location and the faint sense of unease lingering in every corner, I felt drawn to the house. It felt like a hidden gem waiting to be polished. Things began innocently enough. There were the usual discoveries one makes when renovating an older home. Rotting floorboards, outdated wiring, and a persistent leak in one of the upstairs pipes. Nothing unusual or overtly frightening. I threw myself into the work. I found a local contractor to handle the more complicated tasks, and spent my own time in the evenings removing old wallpaper, sanding down window frames, and prepping the walls for painting. The labor was exhausting, but satisfying. I liked the sweat and the tangible progress I could see at the end of each day. Then came the day I was knocking on a brick wall in the hallway, trying to figure out the best place to install some additional shelving. The sound was peculiar, hollow, as though behind the bricks was empty space. It didn't match the blueprint the contractor had shown me. Curiosity won out over caution, and I decided to investigate on my own, chipping away at the mortar with a hammer and chisel. Eventually, I uncovered a boarded-up entrance, concealed behind wooden planks that must have been covered by wallpaper decades earlier. My pulse quickened. I knew older homes sometimes had secret rooms or hidden compartments, but stumbling upon one myself sparked both excitement and a creeping worry. What might I find inside? With each board I pried loose, a puff of stale, musty air hit my face. Dust clouded the beam of my flashlight. After removing enough boards to squeeze through, I discovered a small, cramped room that smelled of neglect and time left to rot. The walls were made of the same old brick as the rest of the house, though the mortar looked darker, almost stained. Rusty shelves lined one corner, and boxes were piled on top of a warped wooden table. My flashlight played across a cluster of objects that had been left there, untouched and forgotten. Sepia-toned photographs with stiff, solemn faces, yellowed newspaper clippings that had grown brittle with age, and a large, ornate clock on the wall. Its hand stopped at precisely 3.27. Standing there, I felt an inexplicable heaviness in my chest, as though the air had thickened and become difficult to breathe. My fingertips tingled with a cold sensation, and my heart rate spiked. Every hair on my neck stood up. It was as if I had intruded on something that wanted to remain hidden. Part of me wanted to seal the room right away, pretend I never found it, and carry on with my renovation. But I also felt compelled to examine the items more closely, as though some unspoken force insisted on revealing a story I could only guess at. I carried a few of these artifacts into the living room to inspect under better light. The photographs depicted stern-looking individuals dressed in old-fashioned attire. Their eyes, even in faded black and white, appeared disturbingly lifelike, as though they might blink if I looked away. The newspapers were dated from nearly a century ago, featuring mundane local events that didn't stand out in any obvious way. Yet, I found my fingers shaking slightly as I turned the pages. Something about them felt wrong. The clock was even more unsettling. It was ornate, with heavy brass details and a glass front now filmed with layers of dust. I couldn't budge its hands or get it to tick. Almost immediately after removing these objects, I noticed a change in the house. It started with subtle noises, pipes groaning in the middle of the night, doors making faint clicking sounds, as though the knobs were being lightly tested from the other side. At first, I told myself it was the natural settling of a long neglected house. But the noises progressed. I would be in the kitchen, fiddling with the coffee pot, only to hear a door slam upstairs. Investigating always revealed nothing. No open windows, no gust of wind, and certainly no intruder. Just empty rooms and quiet corridors, each more unsettling than the last. One afternoon, while I was spackling a wall in the living room, the overhead light fixture began to flicker in a bizarre pattern. I strained my ears and could pick up an odd vibration, like a distant hum rattling through the pipes. I called the contractor to ask if he'd messed with the plumbing or the electrical system, but he claimed he hadn't. He mentioned that the house was old, so little quirks might be expected, especially if I was still knocking down walls and stirring up dust. I nodded along to his reasoning, though I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was at play. Late that night, as I tried to relax on the living room couch, I felt a sudden chill sweep across the room, so cold that my breath momentarily fogged in front of me. Every muscle in my body tensed. My heart thudded heavily in my chest, and sweat beaded on my forehead despite the dropping temperature. I told myself it could be a draft, but my instincts screamed otherwise. My eyes darted toward the items I'd left on a corner table, the photos, the newspaper clippings, and that silent clock. Seeing them felt like stumbling upon a silent crowd of strangers staring at me. Their presence radiated a quiet menace, as though they disapproved of being moved. My sleep became restless. In my dreams, I walked through the house's corridors, only to find them twisting and turning in ways they shouldn't. I'd see shapes darting around corners, or catch glimpses of shadowy figures whose features I could never fully discern. In one particularly vivid nightmare, I stood before the hidden room, hearing a steady pounding echo from behind the bricks. When I reached out to push the door open, it sprang outward on its own, with a force that nearly knocked me backward. I woe, key each time, drenched in cold sweat, my heart pounding like a drum in my ears. Despite my growing unease, I eventually decided to return everything to the hidden room. Part of me hoped that resealing it might calm the strange disturbances plaguing the house. I carefully carried the objects back, dust swirling around me in thick motes, and set them exactly where I'd found them. Photographs and papers back in boxes, the clock on the wall at that frozen time of 3.27. Then I hammered the boards into place, putting new nails in the old beams with trembling hands. By the time I finished, my palms were slick with sweat, and my stomach churned with nausea. For a day or two, the house seemed to return to normal. The pipes no longer hummed. The doors stayed where I left them. I managed to sleep better, although I couldn't shake the new wariness I felt in every room. I began to second-guess whether I wanted to continue renovating a place that stirred such persistent dread. Yet a stubborn part of me refused to quit. I'd invested in this house, told all my friends how I planned to create a haven away from the city's noise. Abandoning it felt like capitulation, but the sense of relief was short-lived. On the third night after resealing the hidden room, I woke around 3 in the morning to a distinct, rhythmic pounding on the very wall I had resealed. The impact was not thunderous, but it was forceful enough that I felt the vibrations reverberate through the headboard of my bed. My pulse hammered in my ears, and a cold sweat broke out across my back. I forced myself to step into the hallway, guided only by the faint glow of a nightlight I had installed in the outlet near the stairs. The corridor was silent except for that pounding. A steady thump spaced out like a heartbeat, or perhaps a deliberate knocking from something on the other side. I found myself standing inches from the wall, a thin layer of plaster separating me from the hidden room. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a creeping chill spread through my limbs. It was as if a hand reached out from within that sealed room, demanding my attention. I pressed my ear to the wall, heart racing, unsure of what I wanted to hear. The pounding stopped. Then, impossibly, I heard a faint scraping, like fingernails dragging across the other side of the bricks. Every hair on my body stood on end. An overwhelming surge of panic drove me back. I rushed to the stairs, nearly tripping in my haste. In the safety of the living room, I turned on every light I could. The lamps, the overhead fixtures, even the small reading light by the sofa. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Perhaps the boards had shifted, or an animal had gotten trapped inside. But the persistent goosebumps on my arms told me I was lying to myself. No wild animal knocks that rhythmically. No rational explanation accounted for that scraping sound. Over the next week, the pounding returned each night at precisely 3.27, the same time frozen on that clock in the hidden room. It was as though the house had come alive, locked in a cycle of torment aimed directly at me. My anxiety soared. I barely slept. My appetite vanished. My heart seemed to perpetually flutter in my chest, and I jumped at the smallest noises. A creaking floorboard, the wind brushing against the eaves, everything felt sinister, as though even the shadows on the walls had begun to move in unnatural ways. In my desperation, I considered contacting someone who specialized in the paranormal. But the thought made me feel foolish. I was no believer in ghosts or curses. I'd always been the pragmatic type, trusting logic and reason. But logic and reason offered no solutions at 3:27 in the morning, when I stood paralyzed by that ominous, unrelenting knock behind the bricks. My mind began to betray me. I started seeing shapes and windows that vanished when I turned my head. I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, though nothing was ever there when I faced it. Days blurred into nights. My world became confined to a cycle of dread and exhaustion. Each evening, as the clock ticked closer to 3, my heart rate spiked. I would pace the living room, glancing at the sealed wall in the hallway, certain I couldn't bear another round of that pounding. I even contemplated tearing down the boards again, maybe disposing of the items off the property entirely. But a sickening intuition told me that might make things worse, as if those objects were anchors holding something at bay, or perhaps containing it. The final straw came when I found muddy footprints in my hallway, right outside the hidden room. They were large, shallow impressions that led from the sealed wall to the staircase and back again. I was certain I had tracked no mud inside, especially not on the second floor. I felt the blood drain from my face. My mouth went dry. Every nerve in my body screamed in alarm. Adrenaline surged, leaving my hands trembly, and so violently that I had to clutch the banister to steady myself. I knew then that I had to leave, at least for a while. I packed a small bag and stepped outside, practically sprinting to my car. My breath came in ragged gasps, and my heart pounded so furiously that I could feel it in my temples. The weight of the house seemed to press on my back, as though it disapproved of my decision to go. My mind spiraled with the possibility that I might be imagining it all, that my exhaustion and stress had pushed me to hallucinations. Yet the fear remained raw and visceral, something undeniable in the pit of my stomach. I drove back to the city that night. My chest ached from the constant hammering of my heart, and my thoughts twisted around each new possibility. Was there a logical explanation for everything? Was the house truly haunted, or was I succumbing to paranoia? Even now, in the safety of my urban apartment, the memory of that hollow pounding rings in my ears, a phantom echo that refuses to fade. I've considered returning with a team to open the hidden room again, but I can't bring myself to do it. My nights are still punctuated by nightmares, in which I see the clock's hands forever stuck at 3:27, and I wake in a cold sweat, half convinced I hear the faint pounding on the other side of my bedroom wall. Yet, there's an undeniable pull that house holds over me. Despite the terror I endured, part of me wonders if I left something unresolved, if closing the room wasn't the right solution after all. On my worst nights, I imagine that the real horror has only just begun, that whatever presence animates those bricks and boards is growing bolder in my absence. The dread grips me like a vice whenever I think of stepping through that front door again. But a twisted sense of duty gnaws at me, whispering that I have to confront it eventually. For now, I stay away, hoping distance will grant me peace. But it doesn't. The oppressive tension remains, following me like a shadow that never quite fits the shape of my body. The house might stand in that clearing, silent and still on the outside, but I know it's watching. And one day, inevitably, I will have to return. I dread that moment more than anything else, because I suspect the pounding on the wall will be there waiting. Each knock a summons I cannot ignore. To anyone who asks, I say, I'm just taking a break from the renovations, or that I'm thinking of selling the property as is. I speak in hushed tones, avoiding the details, worried that simply recounting them might somehow give them strength. But my story isn't over. The house is still there, and something inside it remains sealed off. Barely. It waits in the darkness behind those boards, behind those bricks, behind the veneer of everyday logic. And I can't help but feel that in the quiet hours past midnight, it's calling my name, drawing me closer, reminding me that no wall can keep it truly hidden forever. The smell of damp earth clung to the air as I stepped onto the narrow trail, my flashlight revealing only silhouettes of gnarled tree trunks and glistening patches of mud. Something felt off from the moment I arrived, as though the forest was breathing in shallow, uneven gasps. The stillness wasn't calming, it was charged, waiting. I'd come here plenty of times before, always seeking the same solace. A chance to pitch my tent in solitude, watch the brilliant sweep of the Milky Way, and forget the chaos of everyday life. But tonight, the woods felt like a stranger. I remember the first night it happened. I was huddled in my tent, adjusting my sleeping bag to insulate against a chill that seemed more psychological than weather-related. My eyes were closed, but I was nowhere near sleep. I'd been listening to the breeze, picking up the hushed rustle of leaves overhead. Then, the sound changed, slow, deliberate steps circling my campsite. My heart fluttered in my chest like a trapped animal. At first, I told myself it could be a deer, or perhaps a wandering raccoon. But the pacing was measured, too heavy for something small, too persistent for an ordinary animal. I didn't dare unzip the tent flap at first. My heart pounded so violently, I thought it would burst through my rib cage. Eventually, I mustered enough courage to investigate. Stepping outside with my flashlight, I swept the area in a wide arc. Nothing. No figure. No animal. Just a dense scattering of trees and a faint layer of fog. Yet the footprints were there. Fresh indentations in the mud. Each step embedded at a uniform distance, encircling my tent as if I were the focal point of some bizarre ritual. Despite my deep suspicion that I was not alone. I saw no one. By morning, a wave of relief trickled in. Daylight always has a way of dulling the edge of fear, making the night's terrors feel inflated. But as I was packing up, I noticed something new on a nearby trunk. A symbol carved right into the bark. The shape was geometric, roughly like a circle intersected by sharp angles and lines. It wasn't neatly done. Deep gouges suggested someone had used a large blade to etch it. My stomach clenched with an almost primal dread at the sight of it. Even so, I convinced myself it had to be a prank by local troublemakers, or a mark left by some eccentric hiker. In the following weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling that this place was calling me back. Stargazing had always been my refuge, a place where I felt truly alive. I wanted to recapture that sense of tranquility, to prove to myself that the footsteps and the symbol were just coincidences or paranoid illusions. So I returned, but as I ventured farther into the wooded trail, I began to see more carvings. The same symbol repeated on different trees, all arranged in an almost methodical pattern. They seemed to be spaced out along the narrower parts of the trail, growing in frequency as I approached my usual campsite. On that second trip, I arrived before sunset, determined to gather more clues before darkness descended. The air felt thick, like the forest was exhaling in slow, heavy breaths. With every step, I grew more uneasy. I tried to remain logical, telling myself there had to be a straightforward explanation. Perhaps a local group used these symbols to mark territory. Maybe it was a secret society, or just a handful of pranksters testing how far they could push my nerves. But with each carved tree, my composure eroded a bit more. That night, I slept fitfully. A hush had settled over the area, and my senses were on high alert. Each rustle of fabric, each crack of a twig outside, made my heart beat faster. There were moments when I sensed eyes on me, though whenever I peered outside the tent with my flashlight, I found no one. Morning arrived without another direct confrontation, but as I walked around the site, I noticed that the newly carved symbols had multiplied. They were bigger, cut deeper into the bark, some overlapping older carvings, as if layering a message I couldn't decipher. My skin tingled with the realization that these markings had appeared overnight, mere yards from where I'd been sleeping. I mentioned the discoveries to a friend over coffee later that week, describing the symbols and the odd nighttime disturbances. The friend speculated that it might be some clandestine group performing rituals, urging me to alert park rangers or the authorities. Their suggestion played in my mind for days. Still, part of me felt driven to understand it on my own, as if I were meant to unravel a mystery etched into the very wood of that place. If I involved others too soon, I worried I might lose any chance of discerning the truth. By the third visit, the pattern was undeniable. The symbols advanced, forming a sort of corridor along the trail, each one seeming fresh, the bark around it still raw. I tried to capture them on my phone's camera, but the images never seemed to do justice to the eerie precision of each line and angle. My breath grew shallow as I followed the sequence deeper into the woods. At times, I could almost hear a low hum, like an electrical current running through the trees. I found myself wiping sweat from my forehead, even though the temperature had dropped. My palms were clammy, and I caught myself glancing over my shoulder more often than not. No matter how many times I told myself there was a logical explanation, my body refused to believe it. Adrenaline pumped through me whenever I ventured into that place. My heart would accelerate at the slightest noise. A snapping branch, a flutter of birds startled by my presence. I set up my tent in my usual spot, determined to stand my ground. That decision felt empowering in daylight, but as soon as night fell, the same anxiety clawed at my insides. The sensation of being watched returned. My breathing became erratic. I sat in my tent, hugging my knees, feeling the slickness of sweat at my temples. My heart pounding so loudly it drowned out the quiet murmurs of the forest. That night, the footsteps came back. They circled me with agonizing slowness, a methodical crunch against the underbrush. My mind raced through possibilities. An animal, a person, something else. Despite the terror gripping me, I found the nerve to unzip the tent slightly and point my flashlight out. The beam danced across trunks and bushes, revealing nothing but emptiness. Yet the sound of footsteps continued, as though they existed in a parallel dimension. I desperately scanned the ground, hoping to see footprints forming in the mud. But either the angle was poor, or whatever was careful to remain hidden. That was the point when I felt my throat tighten, like I couldn't draw breath. I fumbled for my water bottle, gulping greedily, trying to dispel the dryness in my mouth. My chest felt constricted, and I was momentarily convinced I was losing my mind. I barely slept a wink, and emerged at first light feeling hollowed out and exhausted. As I stumbled around, I found more footprints in the muddy patches leading away from the campsite, merging with the undergrowth before I could follow them to a conclusive end. Then I saw something that sent a chill racing along my spine. 2 new symbols, carved into the tree nearest my tent, each larger than before, as if screaming for my attention. One of them was carved so deeply that small fragments of bark were scattered around the base of the trunk. My pulse throbbed in my temples, and my hands trembled. Describing these experiences to others always came out sounding like the plot of an overblown horror story. Some suggested I install motion-activated cameras. I hesitated, but curiosity and fear eventually won out. Before my next visit, I purchased a discreet trail camera and placed it near the campsite, aimed at a section of the trail where I suspected the footsteps often passed. Days later, I returned to retrieve the camera's footage. My body felt tense with anticipation as I scrolled through the images on the small camera screen. I saw plenty of normal wildlife. Deer moving through the brush, raccoons foraging, a fox trotting in the early morning hours. But at one point, the screen flickered and the timestamp glitched. There were stills of the same spot, but they were enveloped in a strange darkness that didn't match the ambient light conditions. The next frames were normal again. Nothing definitive had been captured, yet the camera had clearly malfunctioned right around the time. My instincts told me something was prowling. Frustration and dread mingled in my gut. I decided to stay one more night, hoping to catch whatever was lurking off guard. As evening deepened, the forest seemed to close in around me. My flashlight beam felt feeble, swallowed by the thick curtain of foliage. Every breath I took sounded thunderous in my own ears. The symbols now lined not only the trunks, but also some fallen logs near the perimeter of the site. I noticed them as I was gathering kindling. Their geometric lines were so precise, more refined than before, suggesting an escalating skill or focus. It was as if whoever was making them, if it was a person at all, had become bolder, leaving their marks in plain sight to toy with me. That night, the wind picked up, turning the canopy into a restless chorus. Trees groaned as branches swayed overhead, and leaves hissed in a frantic dance. Thunder rumbled in the distance. The atmosphere was electric, as though the storm was a reflection of my own mental state, brooding and dangerous. I sat by a dim lantern inside my tent, straining to listen for any unusual sound. My eyes burned from lack of sleep, and my head felt heavy with each heartbeat. Time crawled. At around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps, but this time they weren't circling. They moved in a direct line, halting near the tree where the largest symbol was carved. My pulse spiked. The sound paused for a moment, then resumed, closer than before. I could feel the hair on my arms standing on end. My breath caught in my throat, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. The footsteps drew nearer to the entrance of my tent, slow and deliberate, as if counting each step. A flash of lightning lit the forest, illuminating the tent walls for half a second in a white glare. In that brief instant, I caught the silhouette of something right outside, a shape impossible to define, but undeniably human in height. Then everything went dark. I refused to move or make a sound. My body was paralyzed, and my heart hammered so violently it actually hurt. For what felt like an eternity, I listened. The footsteps retreated, leaving a strange hush in their wake. I stayed awake until dawn, adrenaline coursing through me, every muscle tense, my mind spinning. By morning, the tension had escalated to such a degree that my hands were shaking uncontrollably. I forced myself to unzip the tent and step outside, half expecting to see a figure lurking nearby. The campsite was still, save for the faint chirping of birds. Gathering my things, I planned to leave immediately. Yet curiosity gnawed at me. I ventured to the large tree where that silhouette had stopped. There, etched into the bark with terrifying clarity, was another symbol. Intricate, elongated lines crisscrossing in a pattern that made my head spin. My vision blurred, and I had to steady myself against a nearby trunk. I felt as though I was on the brink of understanding some terrible truth, a revelation I desperately did not want. I decided I'd had enough. I packed my belongings in record time, the repeated clank of tent poles matching the staccato rhythm of my pulse. As I hiked out, I noticed more symbols along the path, closer to the exit than ever before. They seemed to trail me, their geometry mocking me with each passing tree. By the time I reached my car, sweat had soaked the back of my shirt, and my stomach felt knotted. I realized I was trembling all over, consumed by an irrational yet overwhelming fear that I was being watched even then. In the days that followed, I found myself replaying every moment. Sometimes I'd jolt awake at night, convinced I heard footsteps outside my bedroom window, or the faint echo of that carved symbol whispering through my dreams. I questioned my sanity and berated myself for letting my imagination run wild. But then I'd recall the footprints, the camera glitch, the symbols advancing closer and closer to the trail's exit, and every cell in my body would remember the raw terror I'd felt. I haven't returned to that spot since. Sometimes late at night, I consider driving out there to see if the symbols have spread even farther. A part of me longs to confront whatever force or person is responsible to finally dispel the haunting sense of being stalked. But a deeper instinct warns me that venturing back might be a step too far, that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Even now, when I close my eyes, I see that twisted geometry etched into my mind. I feel the night air pressing against my skin, taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue. I hear the crunch of unseen footsteps treading perilously close, and every hair on my neck stands at attention. Sometimes I wonder if the forest itself is alive, silently beckoning me to return, to become part of its secret patterns. Other times, I imagine a faceless presence out there, continuing to carve new symbols, each one a deliberate message I was never meant to decode. Whether it's a strange cult, a supernatural entity, or my own unhinged imagination, I can't be certain. All I know is that the sense of being followed never truly left me. It clings to my days and nights, an unrelenting reminder that some doors, once opened, refuse to close. Even now, as I recount this tale, I feel my pulse accelerating again. My throat tightens, and sweat beads at my temples. I can almost hear the forest's heavy silence, taste the humidity that wrapped around me like a second skin. There's a persistent awareness that something is out there, waiting, watching. I'm left with an unshakable chill in my bones, a lingering, oppressive sense that the next time I set foot on that trail, the symbols might have advanced all the way to the parking lot, each line carved not just into the bark, but into my psyche. And that, more than anything else, is what truly terrifies me. I first noticed something was wrong the moment I stepped into that cramped, flickering pharmacy. The overhead light buzzed in an irregular pattern, casting strange shadows along the rows of ointments, cough syrups, and painkillers. The atmosphere felt heavy, as though the air itself had weight pressing down on my shoulders. My skin prickled, and my heart gave a jolt, speeding up before I even knew why. It was an ordinary evening, and yet there was nothing ordinary about the unease curling in the pit of my stomach. I had come to pick up some over-the-counter medicine for a nagging headache that refused to go away. Nothing urgent. But the second I crossed that threshold, I felt exposed. The pharmacy was small, poorly lit, and smelled vaguely of stale antiseptic. Its narrow aisles seemed to multiply whenever I glanced around, like a labyrinth that rearranged itself when I wasn't looking directly at it. I tried to ignore the tension creeping along my spine and headed toward the pain relief section. As I walked, I heard a low squeaking sound, shoes scuffing across the floor. Initially, I paid it little mind. Yet every time I paused, the squeaking stopped. Whenever I resumed walking, the squeak followed again, in perfect rhythm with my steps. My pulse began to race, and I felt an irrational urge to look over my shoulder. When I turned, I saw two men I'd never noticed before. Their appearance didn't strike me as outwardly threatening. Just two average guys with dark jackets and blank expressions. But they were standing uncomfortably close to the end of the aisle, eyes trained on me. Not once did they avert their gazes. That immediate, unblinking stare felt like a cold hand squeezing my lungs. My breathing grew shallow as I tried to focus on the medication labels. I told myself I was imagining things, but I was only feeling jumpy because of my persistent headache. Still, there was a low hum of anxiety in my skull, a warning I couldn't shake. Those men were not casually browsing. Their stance was rigid, predatory, even like animals poised to strike. I moved to the next aisle, hoping to lose them among the shelves of vitamins and supplements. My logic was simple. If they're just regular customers, they'll go about their business. But as soon as I turned down that corridor, I heard the squeaking footsteps again. From the corner of my eye, I spotted the two figures making the same turn, sliding into place behind me. Every hair on the back of my neck stood up. My palms began to sweat, and I could feel a tremor in my fingers. Suddenly, I was hyper-aware of my breathing, the dryness in my throat, and the dull throb behind my temples. With my heart hammering in my chest, I glanced around, noticing little details I had overlooked before. The pharmacy's overhead lights were spaced irregularly, leaving entire sections dim or barely illuminated. Shadows stretched across the floor, forming bizarre shapes at the corners of my vision. It was disorienting. A faint hum from a faulty air conditioner reverberated through my ears, mingling with the squeak of sneakers on linoleum. I tried to appear calm, pretending to study the labels of various vitamins, but the tension became too much, and I couldn't handle the sensation of those two pairs of eyes drilling holes into my back. Deciding I'd had enough, I placed the bottle of vitamins back on the shelf and made my way toward the exit. Before I could reach the door, something, maybe a fleeting sense of defiance, made me glance back to check if the men were still watching. They were. They stood at the far end of the aisle, silent, their gazes pinned to me. The fluorescent light flickered overhead, and for a split second, I thought I saw them both tilt their heads in perfect synchronization, almost an unnatural, puppet-like movement. My stomach lurched. I clenched my fists, teeth grinding in frustration and fear. My own reflection in the glass door startled me because I appeared pale and wide-eyed, like someone in the throes of a nightmare. Behind me, through the reflection, I saw the men slowly approaching, their silhouettes becoming more defined with each flicker of the light. The pharmacy clerk, who was sitting behind the counter, didn't seem to notice a thing. He was busy reading something and occasionally glancing at a monitor. I considered calling out to him, but an inexplicable feeling told me it wouldn't help. Perhaps it was embarrassment. Perhaps it was a deeper dread that no one could truly protect me from whatever was happening. Leaving in a rush, I forced my way out onto the street. The relief of cool night air against my face was immediate, but it wasn't as comforting as I'd hoped. Street lamps illuminated the parking area in intermittent cones of light, leaving broad spaces of darkness between them. As I hurried to my car, I realized I was walking so fast I was nearly sprinting. My heart continued its relentless pounding, and my breath came in quick, shallow bursts. Every slight sound, a passing car, the rustle of a stray plastic bag, made me flinch. When I got into my car and locked the doors, I felt a faint sense of victory, but that triumph instantly turned sour as I looked through the windshield and saw the two men standing outside the pharmacy. The neon sign above them flickered, casting pale light across their faces, which seemed drained of color. They stared at me with that same eerie intensity, not moving, not speaking. My shirt clung to my back, damp with sweat. My eyes burned, and my head pounded in time with my elevated pulse. Part of me wanted to believe I was overreacting. Maybe they were waiting for someone. Maybe they were just oddly curious about my panicked exit. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. I fumbled with my car keys, nearly dropping them. Starting the engine felt like an eternity. When I finally managed to turn on the headlights, I caught one more glimpse of their expressions. Their mouths were slightly parted, as if they were trying to taste the air. Something about that detail made my skin crawl. I realized I was shaking, my legs quivering so badly I had to take a moment before I could press the gas pedal. As I pulled out of the parking spot, they shifted their bodies in unison, stepping off the curb just enough to let the headlights illuminate them more clearly. Their jackets were unzipped, revealing old, tattered shirts that looked too big for their frames. I could have sworn I saw something on their chests, perhaps strange symbols or stains, but I couldn't be certain because my vision blurred under the mounting dread. I pressed down on the accelerator, desperate to leave them behind. The drive home turned into a feverish blur. I could hardly focus on the road. The headlights of oncoming traffic seemed unnaturally bright, burning into my retinas. My rearview mirror became a source of constant paranoia. I kept checking it, half expecting to see those same two men in a car behind me. Or even worse, somehow sitting in my own back seat. I felt claustrophobic, as if the darkness outside the windows was crowding in, pressing itself against the glass. My breathing remained unsteady, and my limbs trembled with the aftermath of that confrontation. As soon as I reached my house, a modest one-story home at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, I dove out of the car, scanning the shadowy street for any sign of pursuit. No one was there. The only movement was from a solitary street lamp that flickered, reminding me of the pharmacy's faulty lighting. I rushed inside, locking the door and checking it twice. My chest heaved, and I tried to calm my trembling hands. Every room felt too silent, too still. I turned on the lights, but the sudden brightness did nothing to ease my anxiety. I remembered I'd left the store without buying any medication, and the headache still pulsed against the inside of my skull. The throbbing, combined with my pounding heart, created a percussion of dread that resonated through my entire body. I placed my keys on the kitchen counter, noticing how my hands left sweaty prints behind. In an attempt to soothe my nerves, I went to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. The reflection in the mirror startled me. My eyes were bloodshot, and my complexion was ashen. As I stared at myself, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a barely audible hiss. Spinning around, I saw nothing. My chest constricted in fear. I wasn't sure if I'd actually heard a noise, or if my mind was manufacturing illusions in the wake of intense stress. I decided to make some tea, hoping the mundane process would ground me. The kettle's whistle sounded shrill, echoing off the kitchen walls and setting my teeth on edge. I half expected to see a face pressed up against the window, but there was only darkness. The longer I stared into the black void outside, the more my imagination conjured shapes, shifting in the shadows. Against my better judgment, I tried to distract myself by checking my phone. I found a slew of unread messages, but none from anyone who could reassure me. My friends were going about their normal evenings. One had posted a photo from a local bar. Another had shared a funny meme, They were all oblivious to this creeping horror that had latched onto my mind. Part of me wanted to reach out for support, but I couldn't bring myself to type out. I'm being followed by two men, possibly more than men, and I can't shake the feeling they're still out there. It sounded absurd, even to me. Not knowing what else to do, I paced through the living room, turning on every light. But the shadows in the corners seemed darker tonight, as though the illumination was failing to reach them. My breath hitched when I heard a soft thump against the wall. Moving closer, I couldn't determine its source. Perhaps the pipes were acting up, or maybe the house was settling, but each random noise set my nerves on fire. The minutes dragged on, and eventually I decided I needed to reassure myself that I was alone. I peeked out the front window just to check the driveway. My car was there, the street lamp still flickering. But I froze when I noticed two silhouettes at the far end of the cul-de-sac. They were standing under the halo of a distant streetlight, faintly illuminated. Despite the distance, I recognized the tilt of their heads. My legs almost gave out, and I had to grip the windowsill to steady myself. Those same two men had found my home, or at least so it appeared. I felt dizzy, nearly hyperventilating as my world closed in around me. My mind raced, cycling through questions. How had they found me? What did they want? Were they even human? The headache intensified, stabbing into my temples. I tried to breathe deeply, but the air felt too thin, as though the atmosphere had turned poisonous. My heart felt like it would burst from my chest, and my shirt stuck to my skin with cold sweat. My instincts screamed at me to call the police, or at least ask for help, but a paralyzing sort of panic made me hesitate. A voice in my head suggested that maybe it was a hallucination brought on by stress or exhaustion. If I stepped outside to confront them, would I find they were never there? Or if I did find them, would it put me in even greater danger? Suddenly, the lights in the house flickered. The fluorescent overhead lamp in the living room buzzed, dimmed, and then returned to full brightness. The television, which was off, made a strange clicking sound, as if it was trying to power itself on. My hair stood on end, and I felt a chill race across my scalp. That flicker felt synchronized with a presence, an electric pulse that thrummed through the walls and floors. Desperate, I forced myself to look outside once more. The men were gone, or maybe they'd never been there at all. My eyes scanned the dark stretch of pavement, finding no trace of human silhouettes. Relief warred with terror. I felt a nauseating swirl of dread, uncertain which possibility was more horrifying. That these men could appear and vanish at will, or that my own mind was unraveling, weaving illusions from fear. Unable to stay still any longer, I opened the closet and retrieved a flashlight. Its beam cut through the darkness in an almost feeble way, but I needed a sense of control, no matter how small. I decided to check the perimeter of my house. A Adrenaline pumped through my veins, forcing me to at least try confronting my fear. My pulse thundered in my ears as I unlocked the back door and stepped into the night. The yard was silent except for the hum of distant traffic and the rustle of leaves in a faint breeze. My flashlight revealed nothing unusual. Still, every sense was on high alert. My eyes darted from one dark corner to another, expecting to see those two figures slip out from the shadows. When I made it around to the front, I found the street just as empty as before. No sign of them. I felt half-crazed, uncertain if I was victorious or merely losing my grip on reality. Eventually, I returned inside, double-checking every lock, every window latch. My body was exhausted, but my mind refused to quiet. I tried to sit on the couch, but the silence of the house was oppressive, as though someone was holding a cushion over my face, suffocating me. Every few minutes, I'd hear a creak or a pop, and my heart would leap. My breath was shallow, my mouth went dry, and my head throbbed with each new surge of panic. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I drifted off into a restless doze. I dreamt of a labyrinth of pharmacy aisles stretching into infinity, the lights flickering overhead in a maddening strobe. Every corner I turned, those two men were there, standing just out of reach. Their eyes glowed with a dim, hungry light, and they whispered my name in voices that reverberated inside my skull. The pharmacist appeared in the dream as a blurred figure behind the counter, ignoring my pleas for help, his form melting into the background. When I woke, I was drenched in sweat, heart pounding, as if I had just sprinted a mile. Dawn light filtered through the blinds, casting diagonal beams across the living room floor. Everything looked ordinary, which felt like the cruelest trick of all. My headache was less intense, but my nerves were raw. A sickening weight pressed on my chest, the memory of the men still fresh in my mind. I forced myself to check outside one last time. The morning sun made the street appear almost welcoming, with birds chirping, and the sky a gentle shade of blue. No one stood under the street lamp. No silhouettes lingered at far end of the road. My car sat in the driveway, dew glistening on its windows. The air smelled crisp and clean, at odds with the lingering fear that seized my heart. Though I found no evidence of their presence, I knew something had changed in me. The sense of intrusion and menace still coiled in my gut. My reflection in the living room mirror revealed dark circles under my eyes, the telltale sign of someone who might never sleep soundly again. I didn't feel safe, even as the world around me seemed normal. It was as if I had stepped beyond the veil of everyday life and brushed against a reality that defied explanation. And so, I remain on edge. Each time I step out of my home, whether to pick up groceries or to get gas, I scan the crowd for a pair of faces that might be watching me from a distance. Every squeak of shoes on a tiled floor makes my heart skip a beat. The memory of those unblinking eyes, those synchronized movements, and that silent threat haunts me. I wonder if they'll return, if they're simply biding their time, or if it was all a manifestation of some deeper fear I carry within. No matter the truth, one thing is certain. I can't look at a pharmacy, or any confined aisle for that matter, without feeling an icy dread creeping up my spine. Even now, my chest tightens at the thought of them, standing quietly in the half-light, heads tilted at that unnatural angle, waiting for me to make one wrong move. I escaped that night. I got away in body, yes, but my mind remains captive to the memory. A persistent unease tugs at my thoughts, a reminder that safety can be shattered in the ordinary places. And if I learned anything from this harrowing ordeal, it's that sometimes the simplest errand can lead you into a darkness from which there is no easy return. From the very first moment I stepped inside the warehouse at night, a heavy, disquieting presence seemed to surround me. I remember pausing at the entrance, holding the cool metal handle of the large sliding door, feeling a strange pressure in my chest. The air inside was dense and oppressive, carrying the scent of oil and stale dust that had settled on metal parts and concrete floors. Although the security lights outside still cast a faint glow through the high windows, the interior of the building was mostly cloaked in deep shadows. My job was simple in theory: patrol the corridors, check doors and locks, ensure no unauthorized person got in. But in reality, it felt as if I were stepping into a forgotten domain, a place where things shouldn't be disturbed after dark. I have been a night watchman in this massive storage area, for mechanical parts and tools, for a while now. From old gears to oversized machine components, everything is systematically arranged in rows and aisles. The daytime crew keeps most of the lights off at night to save on electricity, leaving only a few M fluorescents flickering at the far corners. These corridors are long and eerily silent, and the occasional drip of a pipe or the hum of distant power lines can play tricks on the imagination. Yet lately, something else has been happening, something I can't explain. I swear out of the corner of my eye, I catch fleeting glimpses of a figure following me. At first, I thought it was just my reflection against the polished metal surfaces, some illusions created by my flashlight beam bouncing off steel. But the more I paid attention, the more I realized that the movement didn't always coincide with mine. Sometimes it seemed to pause when I paused and continue when I stood still. At first, I tried to brush it off. I told myself night shifts were messing with my head. Maybe the flickering lights or the unusual angles of reflection were enough to simulate a silhouette that wasn't there. I confided in a couple of my daytime colleagues about it, describing how I would see a shape in the corner of my vision, only to find nothing when I turned around. Their response was light-hearted. They joked that the place was haunted, that old ghosts of machinists roamed the corridors. They teased teased me with stories of strange happenings, but they never gave concrete examples. Whenever I pressed them, they brushed me off with a laugh or claimed ignorance. It was clear they wanted to keep the legend alive for their own amusement. Deep down, though, I couldn't let it go. I started paying closer attention, shining my flashlight on every reflective surface, scanning the shadows for a hint of any movement not caused by me. Before long, other oddities piled up. Tools I was certain were stored properly the night before now lay scattered on tables, or even on the floor. One morning, I noticed a heavy wrench propped against the wall near the warehouse entrance, something I definitely didn't place there. The next night, blinking red lights from a piece of machinery's control panel started going off randomly, only to stop the moment I drew near. And the most unsettling sign of all, greasy handprints on freshly cleaned surfaces. Those prints weren't small. They were about the same size as my own hands, but no one else was in the warehouse at night. The day shift insisted they hadn't left them, though they joked that maybe an invisible coworker was messing with me. I began to feel trapped by the isolation of my shift. Even simple tasks, like making rounds with a checklist in hand, became nerve-wracking. My heart rate would speed up whenever I passed from one section into the next, uncertain of what might lurk just outside the halo of my flashlight. I could feel my pulse pounding in my temples, and I tried to control my breathing so I wouldn't get overwhelmed by the ever-creeping dread. My lungs felt tight, as though the warehouse air grew denser with every turn. Sweaty palms left smudges on the flashlight handle, and I'd often wipe them on my pants in an effort to compose myself. Still, the tension refused to leave. Every echo of my footsteps across the concrete floor sounded like an amplified heartbeat in the cavernous space. One particular night, I had an especially long shift due to a scheduling gap. The corridors stretched out like endless tunnels, and each time I reached a corner, I swore I heard another set of footsteps trailing just behind. It started subtle, a soft scuff or a muted tap of a shoe, but eventually it gained a more pronounced rhythm, almost in sync with my own steps. Adrenaline surged through me, and I forced myself to spin around, shining my light in all directions. Nothing was there but stacked crates of metal rods and dull machinery. My flashlight beam trembled with the shaking of my hand. As I tried to calm my pounding heart, I detected the faintest whisper of breath, as if someone were standing mere inches behind me, exhaling softly. The hairs on the back of my neck rose instantly. I decided to share my concerns with a supervisor. I told him I suspected that maybe a former employee still had keys and was sneaking in, or perhaps a vagrant had found a way inside, explaining why tools were being moved around. He listened politely, but seemed unconvinced, speaking in a slow, measured tone that suggested he felt I was overreacting. He promised to double-check the locks, and and assured me no one else had access. When I questioned the possibility of unauthorized intrusion, he pointed out the security cameras. He explained that if anyone else had come in, the cameras would have caught it. Since there was no footage showing an intruder, the official stance was that my worries were unfounded, but the cameras never showed anything. Each morning, the recordings revealed nothing unusual beyond me making my rounds. No flickers of movement behind me, no ghostly shapes darting into corners. I began to feel as though I were losing my mind. Maybe I was so tired that I was hallucinating. My daytime colleagues continued their yuzu, jokes about how the place was haunted. But now, their teasing had an edge, as though they sensed my growing unease. They mentioned how previous night guards had complained about hearing things, although they'd never elaborated in detail. I couldn't tell if they were serious or just trying to unsettle me further. Either way, the result was the same. I walked into work each night with mounting dread, unsure of what I might see or hear. The next wave of bizarre events came in the form of mechanical anomalies. Machines that had been turned off for weeks suddenly hummed to life. I once heard the sudden clang of an automated arm crashing against its metal bracket, only to find the control board flashing as if it had received some unknown command. When I approached, the system powered down immediately. I nearly jumped out of my skin each time these things happened, my heartbeat hammering so hard it felt like it might burst from my chest. The effort to stay calm left me dizzy, with cold sweat trickling down the back of my neck. My vision sometimes blurred at the edges, as though the world was closing in around me. Each breath I took seemed forced, like I had to remind myself to inhale and exhale evenly to avoid hyperventilating. I remember one night in particular when I found long streaks of black grease smeared across the white concrete wall of the loading bay. The marks resembled elongated handprints, as if someone had dragged oily fingers all the way down the wall in a slow, deliberate gesture. The depth of the grease was unnerving, forming almost tactile ridges in the shape of a warped palm. It reminded me of something primal, like cave paintings left behind by some primitive being. When I reported it to the day crew, they shrugged, commenting that they couldn't recall any reason for that amount of grease to be there. One coworker joked that maybe I was an artist creating warehouse graffiti, but his grin faded when he noticed my grim expression. The entire time, I felt a mounting certainty that whatever was causing these things was fully aware of my presence and was watching me carefully. As the weeks wore on, the oppressive feeling of being observed intensified to the point where I found it difficult to concentrate on my duties. My rounds became a sequence of tense, hurried steps as I tried to complete them as quickly as possible. Instead of shining my flashlight into every dark corner, I sometimes avoided looking altogether, fearing I might actually see whatever was lurking there. My hands would tremble so badly that I had trouble writing in the logbook. The simplest sudden sound, a metal pipe shifting, a toolbox lid settling, made my heart leap. My entire body felt tight, like a coiled spring ready to snap at any moment. My throat would go dry whenever I thought I saw a flicker of movement behind the rows of machines. I began feeling lightheaded, my stomach churning with nerves. On more than one occasion, I had to stop in the break room, bend over, and take deep breaths to steady myself. One of the last straws was the night I stepped into a hallway lined with large storage cabinets. The air was cooler in that area, and a draft often blew through, rustling stray papers. But that particular night, it was completely still. No movement, no sound of ventilation. My flashlight cut through a haze of dust motes swirling in slow motion, giving the impression of being underwater. Then, midway through the hall, I heard something scraping across metal. It was a rasping, deliberate sound, like nails being dragged along a steel surface. My pulse accelerated, and sweat beaded on my forehead, dripping down my temples. I gripped the flashlight so tightly my knuckles hurt. Each step forward took a monumental effort. When I finally mustered the courage to check the cabinets, I found them securely locked, nothing out of place. The scraping continued, faint but unmistakable. I felt as though I was standing right next to it, yet there was no visible source. My knees wobbled with fear, and I stumbled backward, nearly dropping my flashlight. I told myself to get a grip. The rational part of my mind insisted that there had to be a mechanical explanation. Maybe a vent cover was vibrating, or some piece of machinery was shifting. But another part of me was convinced that whatever presence was playing these tricks wanted me to know it was here. It felt like a game of cat and mouse, where I was the hapless prey. There were times I was so overwhelmed with dread that I considered walking out and never coming back. But I needed this job. I forced myself to see it through. Though the anxiety eroded my confidence each night, eventually I decided to confront whatever was happening in my own way. I asked a daytime coworker in a hesitant tone if he'd ever had strange experiences during off hours. He replied, with a somewhat serious expression, that sometimes people heard things they couldn't explain, but in the daylight, it was easier to ignore them. He speculated it was old pipes, or expansions and contractions of metal in temperature changes. Perfectly logical phenomena. But he also mentioned indirectly that rumors of a presence had been whispered about for years, with each night guard reporting something different. No one had ever been harmed, but no one felt at ease in these dark corridors either. He advised me to keep my eyes open, but offered no real solutions. That final week, the sense of unseen eyes watching my every move reached a peak. My breath was perpetually shallow, my body stiff with tension. Even my peripheral vision began to play tricks on me. Corners seemed to stretch or distort. Shadows appeared to shift, from one side of the room to the other in the span of a blink. There were moments when I couldn't trust my own perception. Every time I thought I saw a shape, I would spin around, heart hammering, only to confront empty air. Sleep became elusive after my shifts, and the little rest I did manage was invaded by unsettling dreams of corridors that went on forever. Then, on my last scheduled night before a 2-day break, I resolved to do something I normally avoided. I walked the entire perimeter of the warehouse with every light turned on. I went to the main electrical panel and switched on the overhead fluorescence in each section. As I made my rounds, the building lost much of its menacing aura in the bright glow, yet a strange tension remained. The hum of the lights was almost deafening in the otherwise silent space. The environment felt exposed and hostile, as if something resented my attempt to illuminate it. When I reached a cluster of tall shelves near the back, a circuit breaker suddenly flipped itself off. The overhead lights in that aisle died, plunging the space into near darkness, except for the faint emergency bulbs. My heart lurched into my throat. I lurched forward, nearly colliding with a toolbox. There, in the weak glow, I thought I saw a shape slip around the corner. A torso and a head, too quick to register details, but definitely more than just a trick of light. Summoning courage I didn't know I still had, I marched toward the corner. The air felt charged with electricity, as if a storm were raging outside, though all I heard was my own ragged breathing and the soft squeak of my boots. Rounding the corner, I found only a dense row of metal parts, silent and unmoving, but my eyes scanned the narrow walkway and I froze. There on the floor was a fresh handprint in a puddle of oil. The edges were wet, gleaming under the dim light, the shape large and human-like. I had the unsettling feeling that if I set my hand next to it, they would match. The realization churned my stomach. I could practically feel my heart thudding against my ribs, and a wave of nausea rose in my throat. That night, I finished my round in a haze. My legs felt numb and my head pounded. My breath was labored, and I thought I might pass out at any moment. Somehow, I made it through the shift without further incident. When dawn broke, I closed up, handed over my log to the daytime staff, and left without entertaining their usual jokes. I could barely speak. I was too shaken, my mind replaying that final encounter with the shadowy figure in that fresh print. During my 2 days off, I struggled to relax. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw that handprint, heard that metallic scraping, or pictured a silhouette flitting at the edge of my vision. The more I mulled it over, the more I questioned my sanity. Maybe I had let my paranoia get the best of me. But the physical evidence of things moved, the malfunctioning machinery, and those undeniable prints told me otherwise. Something was in that warehouse with me. When I returned, I spoke with a new sense of urgency to my supervisor, indirectly suggesting the place needed a thorough inspection. He simply nodded, noting that such matters would be handled as needed. I caught the nervous look in his eye. He knew something was off, but didn't want to confront it directly. That night, I returned to my shift, heart pounding, sweat breaking out on my forehead before I even started my first patrol. I never did find out exactly what lurked among the rows of machines and dusty shelves, but I will never forget the feeling of being watched, the trembling in my limbs, and the suffocating weight of anxiety as I paced those silent corridors. Even now, I sometimes catch myself spinning around at the faintest sound, half expecting to see a hunched figure in the corner of my eye. Each time I pass by a piece of old machinery or see a smear of black grease, I recall that final moment of standing face to face with a presence I couldn't see, yet knew was there. I've kept my job for now, but the warehouse at night has become a place of constant tension, where every flicker of light or echo of footsteps can set my nerves on edge. I've learned to cope by keeping myself alert, reminding my racing mind that I need to maintain composure. Yet, deep inside, I can't silence the sense that whatever it is, it's still out there in the darkness, observing me from just beyond the reach of my flashlight beam. And perhaps most terrifying of all is the knowledge that I might never prove it to anyone else, or even to myself. No one has been harmed, and no direct evidence has been discovered that can be traced to a living intruder. But that intangible menace remains, seared into my mind. Every night, I return to that concrete expanse of steel and shadows, uncertain whether my imagination is taking over, or if an unseen force truly roams the aisles. And in the end, that uncertainty might be the worst torment of all. The wind off the ocean felt more like the breath of something waiting to exhale than a simple breeze. It rushed in through gaps in the windowsills, carrying a chill that refused to fade, even during the brief daylight hours. Every evening, the relentless surf outside sounded less like crashing waves and more like a muffled, distant roar of warning. I rented this beach house to work remotely, craving the isolation and quiet. But the emptiness and cold soon evolved into something distinctly more oppressive. Sometimes, in those sleepless hours of the morning, I wondered if I had invited a presence in by simply being here, like occupying the one spot where something else wanted to stand. From the moment I set foot inside, I noticed tiny things. A light bulb flickering longer than usual before settling, the wooden steps creaking even when I wasn't on them, and the faint odor of salt water that seemed to have permeated the very foundations of the place. Initially, I dismissed it all as the quirks of an old beach house. I was here to work, and during the day, that task kept me anchored to my laptop and drowned out my worries. The sun, even if it was pale and hidden behind gray clouds, gave me some sense of normalcy. It was after sundown, when the skies turned an inky black and the coastline became a graveyard of shadows, that my heart would pound with an unspoken dread I couldn't quite explain. I remember my first night here, I was unpacking in the living room, carefully placing my laptop and notebook on a small coffee table. The wind outside was howling, and the walls seemed to crack and groan in response. Then there was a sudden thump on the ceiling. My heart jumped into my throat. It sounded as if something heavy had dropped just above my head. I stood still, holding my breath, telling myself that old houses make noise. Just an expansion, a shift in the wood, or maybe a stray branch hitting the roof. Rational explanations were easy to find in the daylight, but they seemed flimsy at night. Still, I forced a laugh out of my chest, even if it was tinged with unease, and resumed unpacking. As the days passed, I realized that living alone in a place this deserted wasn't the calming retreat I'd imagined. During my work hours, I could almost forget that something felt off, with the curtains drawn and my attention buried in spreadsheets and emails. I managed to convince myself that I was safe. Occasionally, I'd hear a scraping sound from somewhere in the house, the corridor, the attic, or behind the walls. A few times I left my desk to track it down, but it never repeated when I tried to investigate. Whenever I mentioned these noises to a friend over the phone, I phrased it casually, focusing more on the novelty of being in a lonely beach house than the deep pit of apprehension in my stomach. The direct conversation usually went something like me describing creaking noises or weird echoes, and them advising I ignore it because old places do that. At night, however, the sense of calm was torn away. I kept all the lights on, trying to dispel the feeling that the darkness was pressing against the windows like a living thing. One evening, I decided to take a few pictures of the interior to send to a friend, just to show off where I was. The camera on my phone refused to capture a clean shot. Every image had the same dark smudge in the corner, a blemish that seemed to hover in the frame no matter where I pointed the lens. At first, I thought it might be a dirty camera lens. I wiped it down thoroughly, yet the smear remained. Changing angles, adjusting the lighting, even switching phones. Nothing resolved it. In fact, each new photo revealed that the smudgeapia, red to be growing, crawling closer to the center of the picture, like an ominous silhouette trying to break free. That was the first real sign that something was truly wrong. I felt a tightness in my chest each time I opened the photo gallery. It was like receiving a message, but I wasn't sure who or what was sending it. I tried to calm myself by reasoning that maybe there was some glitch, some reflection my eyes couldn't detect. But my gut told me otherwise. Gradually, the nights grew colder, and the air felt denser, heavy with an almost electric tension. The corridor leading to the bedrooms became a place of particular dread. It was narrow, with dark wood panels and a small overhead light that flickered intermittently. Passing through it, I'd feel a prickling on the back of my neck, as if eyes were observing me from the corners. My pulse would quicken, the hairs on my arms would stand up, and I'd find myself nearly sprinting to my room just to escape that suffocating sensation. I tried leaving the corridor light on around the clock, but I'd find it mysteriously switched off the next time I walked by. The bulb never seemed to be dead. It was always just off, like someone had flicked the switch. This sense of being watched intensified. Some nights, I'd jolt awake to the faint sound of footsteps pacing above the wooden floors. They moved slowly, pausing for unsettlingly long intervals, then resumed in a rhythmic pattern. Occasionally, I heard a drawer slide or a chair squeak, as though something with weight was trying to settle in. My chest would tighten, and I'd be gripped by an almost primal instinct to stay absolutely still. Adrenaline coursed through me, and I'd lie there, drenched in sweat, listening to my own heart pounding. I tried once to turn on some music to distract myself, but the volume rose and fell in unsettling waves, like there was interference. Eventually, I turned it off because each distortion made me imagine something else was breathing beneath the melody. One particular night, I forced myself to check the hallway after hearing what sounded like a raspy sigh echo from its depths. My hands trembled as I opened my bedroom door. The corridor stretched out in front of me, only half lit by the single flickering bulb. The shadows danced and lengthened along the walls, and the floor felt colder than ever under my bare feet. My breath shook in my lungs as I advanced. When I was halfway through the corridor, the light abruptly sputtered and went out. I was plunged into darkness, so absolute I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. My chest seized with panic. It felt like the air had been sucked from the house, and the silence around me buzzed with potential terror. After a moment that felt like an eternity, I managed to reach the light switch at the far end of the corridor. My fingers were stiff, but I flicked it on, and the bulb came back weakly, revealing an empty passage. Still, I had the sensation that something had just moved out of maybe pressing itself against the walls to escape my view. That same night, I decided to take pictures again, partly out of stubbornness, and partly as a way to confront whatever was happening. I snapped a few shots of the corridor and the living room. Checking the gallery, I found that the dark stain had indeed expanded, now dominating nearly half the image. Looking at it sent a bolt of cold fear right into my bones. The smudge had a vague shape to it, almost like a silhouetted shoulder and a partial arm, though I tried to convince myself it was just random distortion. My heart hammered against my ribcage, and my mouth went dry. Something beyond my understanding was manifesting in these pictures, and it was growing stronger or closer each time. I spent the following day working in a state of constant anxiety. The daylight offered little comfort now, because my mind refused to let go of those images. Every time the floor creaked or the wind rattled the windows, my muscles tensed. I stayed in the living room longer than usual, as if convinced that leaving might provoke something to step out from the corners. I couldn't see. Early in the afternoon, I had a conversation with a coworker via video call. He remarked on my pale face and the tense look in my eyes. I gave him a half-hearted explanation that the heating system here was terrible and that it was freezing, which was why I looked so uneasy. He suggested I find a place that felt safer, but the only thought in my head was that if I left now, I'd be running from something I couldn't identify, and that it might follow. That evening, as dusk fell, the entire house seemed to groan under some unknown pressure. Every board, every piece of furniture seemed to shudder. I made dinner in the small kitchen, but my appetite was non-existent, and I merely shoved the food around my plate. I tried to keep the TV on for background noise, but it only magnified my sense of isolation. The laugh track of a sitcom felt jarring, almost mocking in this bleak, cold place. Finally, the swirling dread in my stomach was too much. I decided to do a thorough search of the house, telling myself that if I turned on every light and opened every door, I'd prove to myself there was nothing physically lurking here. I started in the attic. The steps up there were narrow, and each groaned under my weight. I carried a flashlight, though the overhead light in the attic still worked. The space was empty except for a few crumbling boxes, old chairs, and a musty smell that made me cough. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight like tiny insects. My breath felt short, and I heard the faint hum of the sea through the attic walls. Nothing threatened me there, just old junk. Yet, as I turned to go back down, I felt a shifting behind me, like someone had stepped forward. My flashlight flickered, and I caught a glimpse of a shadow. My entire body went rigid. Slowly I turned around, but all I saw was the flutter of an old curtain near a cracked window. The sickening swirl of fear and relief in my stomach was overwhelming, and I hurried back down. Next, I moved through each bedroom. The closets were empty, the floors were clear, and each bed was undisturbed aside from my own. The final place to check was the narrow corridor itself, but there wasn't exactly anywhere to hide there. Just the walls and that single flickering light. The feeling of being watched was strongest there, a tangible wall of dread so potent that I broke out in a cold sweat. My heart was slamming against my ribs, my throat so tight I could barely swallow. Even though I saw nothing, I still felt pinned under an unseen stare. Later, I tried to calm myself by cleaning the living room, as if doing something domestic might distract me. It only reminded me of the unnatural hush in this beach town off-season. No cars passed by outside. No voices echoed on the sand. The only constant was the roar of the ocean and the house's relentless creaking. Whenever the temperature dropped, I could sense the approach of that presence, if it even was a presence. Part of me wondered if I was simply unraveling psychologically. Maybe this isolation and the stress of my job had collided in my head, forming hallucinations. But then I would recall the photographs and how there was indisputable evidence of something in those images that refused to go away. That night, as I sat in the living room with every light on, I scrolled through the pictures for the 100th time. The smudge had now enveloped most of the frame in the latest shots, leaving only a narrow border of the actual room. My heart pounded, and I felt a queasy sense of resignation, as if I were losing a tug of war for my own sanity. The strangest part was that the shape in the darkness almost looked like it had depth, like if you stared at it long enough, you'd swear you could make out the curvature of a face or the negative space of eyes. My skin crawled with the realization that this was not just an artifact of the camera. It felt like a step behind me, watching my every move and capturing itself in the photos. That was when I made the choice. I had to leave. I was done trying to rationalize what was happening. If I stayed another night, I knew my mind might fracture for good. Quickly gathering my belongings, I avoided looking down the corridor. Even from the corner of my eye, I could sense a shifting darkness there, as though it was coiling, ready to strike. My hands were shaking uncontrollably, and my breathing was shallow, but I managed to pack the essentials. With trembling steps, I walked toward the front door, suitcase in one hand and laptop bag in the other. Just as I reached the threshold, the overhead lights flickered violently, plunging the house into darkness for a split second. My heart nearly stopped. In that moment of blackness, I felt something brush against my arm, a cold, almost damp sensation that made me recoil. Then the lights blinked back on. I twisted the doorknob and practically stumbled out onto the porch. The cold, salty air blasted me, but I no longer cared. I just needed to get away. As I stepped off the porch, I glanced back at the windows. For a moment, it seemed like there was a figure standing behind the glass, but it disappeared the instant my eyes focused. My skin prickled, and I almost lost my grip on the suitcase. Fighting my instinct to freeze, I walked quickly to my car. The engine turned over with a reassuring roar. I backed out of the driveway, not caring about the noise or the gravel flying under my tires. My pulse thundered in my ears, and every nerve in my body screamed with the raw energy of flight. Once I hit the main road, I felt an unexpected clash of relief and lingering terror. The sensation of being watched lessened, but it refused to vanish completely. My lungs still worked overtime, and I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that dark shape, perched in the back seat. But it was just me in the reflection, just me in a haunted expression I barely recognized. I drove until the house was far behind, finally pulling over at a rest stop along the deserted coastal highway. My hands were shaking so hard that it took me several tries to switch off the ignition. I sat there in the silent car, heart pounding, trying to piece together what had just happened. My sanity felt precariously balanced. teetering between the relief of escape and the dread of not fully understanding what I had escaped from. Even now, as I recount the experience, there's a part of me that wonders if I left something behind in that house, or, more disturbingly, if I brought something with me. Each time I scroll through the photos on my phone, I see the final images taken in that corridor, the ones where the darkness has almost completely devoured the frame. My chest tightens and my mouth goes dry. I keep thinking I should delete them, but I can't. Maybe I'm still searching for an explanation, a way to prove to myself that I'm not crazy. Or maybe I'm subconsciously leaving the door open for whatever that smear was. Whenever I recall the sound of those footsteps and the oppressive stillness in that corridor, my pulse quickens all over again. No matter how many miles I put between me and that house, the memory clings to my mind like a stain. Sometimes I wake in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced I hear furniture creaking in the next room. In those moments, I force my eyes closed, telling myself I am safe. But a small voice in my head whispers that the darkness I fled might not be confined to that cold, hollow beach house. And in that whisper lies a truth more terrifying than anything I encountered there. The moment I set foot on the worn wooden porch of that countryside inn, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the brisk night air. There was something in the way the wind hissed through the tall grass behind the building, something in the way the rusted lantern above the door swung on its creaking chain. No matter how warm the hostess's smile was, I couldn't shake the faint prickle along my arms. It felt like the world was hushed, holding its breath. And I wondered, in that first instant, if perhaps I shouldn't have come at all. I had driven for hours on a winding road to escape the suffocating pulse of the city. My nerves were fried from endless weeks of deadlines, honking cars, and cramped subways. When I found the listing for a modest inn in the countryside, quiet, remote, and apparently run by a sweet elderly lady, I didn't hesitate. The promise of open fields and a slower pace felt like exactly what I needed. Even the exterior, with its chipped paint and ivy crawling up the sides, struck me as charming at first. The lady who greeted me looked thrilled to have a guest. She suggested I take a large room at the end of the corridor, which she said had the best view of the field out back. The bed was big, the furniture simple, and the window overlooked acres of farmland that seemed to stretch into infinity. Something about that vastness settled me, at least momentarily. My first night was peaceful. I slept more soundly than I had in weeks. Perhaps it was the rural silence or the gentle rocking of the old pipes in the walls. But all day afterward, I felt a strange pinch in my gut whenever I thought of that corridor outside my door. It was long and unlit at night, with dark wooden floorboards that groaned even under my lightest step. The overhead lamps were so weak they created more shadow than illumination. It gave me the sense I was walking through a tunnel that never ended, and every time I glanced behind me, I could have sworn the darkness moved, as if shifting to keep pace. Still, it was easy enough to dismiss those feelings as leftover stress from city life. I reminded myself I was there to relax. I fell asleep easily on my second night, lulled by the soft glow of the moon on the endless field. At first, I dreamed of nothing in particular, just swirling images of open country roads and dust under my shoes. But a sudden piercing ring tore me from sleep so abruptly that I jolted up, heart pounding, as if I had just sprinted a mile. My mouth was bone dry, my hands already clammy. I glanced at the bedside clock. It read 3 hours a.m. The old-fashioned phone on the nightstand was shrieking into the silence. My heart thundered in my chest at the intrusion. Who would call at that hour? I hesitated, my hand hovering above the receiver, uncertain whether I wanted to know who was on the other end. The ring persisted, echoing off the walls. Finally, I snatched the handset and pressed it to my ear. Static greeted me, a low crackle that spiked every few seconds. Beneath that static, there was a faint noise that sent goosebumps racing up my arms. It sounded like someone breathing, slow and ragged. I whispered a tentative greeting, but there was no voice in return. Jay, a static crackle, then that breath again. I repeated myself a little louder, but only got more of the same. My pulse thumped uncomfortably against my throat. I hung up, trying to calm the trembling in my fingers. I considered that maybe there was a glitch in the phone system. It was an old place after all, and old wiring can do funny things. The next morning, I approached the reception area and mentioned the call. The receptionist on duty, a middle-aged man who spoke in a cautious, polite tone, told me politely that no one had used the phone lines at that time. He assured me the phone system was reliable and well-maintained. I remember him emphasizing that point, as if my complaint had offended the inn's reputation. He looked genuinely puzzled when I insisted the phone had rung, right at 3 a.m. that night. I went to bed uncertain, an uneasy coil twisting in my stomach. I'd been looking forward to this trip as an escape from stress. Yet there I was, wide awake, paranoid about the phone. Eventually, exhaustion got the better of me. I managed to drift off, but the dread in my chest never truly lifted. Sure enough, at precisely 3 a.m., the phone shrilled again. The sound sliced through the stillness of the night, and I was up in an instant, heart hammering once more. I picked up the receiver, sweat already beading on my forehead. The same eerie static and measured breathing filled my ear. Now my entire body was tense, and a cold sweat broke out along my back. I wanted to shout into the phone to demand an answer, but my throat constricted, my words dying in my mouth. After a few seconds of that agonizing silence, I hung up, refusing to feed whatever was on the other end. The next morning, I insisted on talking to the proprietor, the elderly woman who owned the inn. She was gentle in her manner, but unwavering when she said no calls had been made to my room. I tried explaining the persistent static, the disquieting breathing, but she just gave me that apologetic look, as though I'd concocted a bizarre dream. I left the reception area with my nerves shot, my hands shaking so badly I had to sit down on a bench by the door to steady myself. That evening, determined not to have my rest destroyed again, I unplugged the phone before going to sleep. I wrapped the cord around the device and placed it on the far side of the table. I even tested the line to make sure it was absolutely disconnected. Satisfied, I climbed into bed, convinced I had outsmarted whatever glitch was terrorizing my nights. I woke to the phone's ring again. The jarring sound seemed even louder in the hush of the room, and my stomach lurched as I realized I had definitely unplugged the device. My eyes darted to the nightstand. There it was, phone cord still wrapped neatly around its body, and yet it was ringing. Each ring reverberated in my skull, my temples pounding in sync. My breathing turned shallow, my mouth chalk dry. I felt a surge of nauseating fear, the kind that makes your legs jelly. Somehow I managed to stand and edge toward the phone, my pulse roaring in my ears. I picked up the handset, half hoping I would hear nothing at all. But the static returned, followed by that low breathing. My skin broke out in goosebumps, so violent it felt like a swarm of insects crawling over me. I slammed the phone down. Adrenaline surged as I grabbed my key and nearly sprinted to the reception area. The hallway was dark, the air stuffy and heavy as if no ventilation had passed through for ages. Shadows skittered along the walls, and every creak under my foot made me jump. My heart was pounding so loudly I felt it in my ears, a pulsing rush of blood. When I reached the front desk, I found no one there. The lights were off, the computer powered down, and the silence was all-consuming. I stood there panting, not sure what I expected to find. Perhaps I thought someone would be dozing behind the counter, but there wasn't a single sign of life. The hush felt oppressive, like walking into a sealed vault. It struck me as impossible that not one person would be on duty, even at that hour. My instincts were screaming at me to leave, to get in my car and vanish into the night. But something in me refused to back down. I wasn't about to let some absurd phone glitch chase me away. My mind clung to the possibility of a mechanical malfunction, or some bizarre wiring issue that the staff refused to acknowledge. I told myself there had to be a rational explanation, even though my skin prickled with an acute sense of being watched. As I hurried back down the corridor, I noticed something that made my heart catch. My room's door was ajar. I had locked it before I left, but now it yawned open into darkness. My palms grew clammy, and I could feel my breath hitch in my chest. Cautiously, I approached, half expecting to find someone lurking inside. But the room was empty, silent My gaze flicked to the phone. It was off the hook, the cord trailing toward the FL. Yet no one was there. No sign of forced entry, no footprints. Nothing out of place except for that phone. I didn't sleep again that night. I perched on the edge of the bed, every muscle wound tight. My eyes darted to the phone at every little sound. The ceiling fan rattled softly, the floorboards groaned, and each noise sent a fresh wave of tension through my body. I caught myself holding my breath, almost wishing the phone would ring again, just to break the thick silence. At one point, I thought I heard faint whispering in the corridor, but when I opened the door, the hallway was still. All I could hear was the dull thud of my own heartbeat. The next day, I tried to force normalcy upon myself. I walked around the grounds, occasionally seeing other guests at a distance, though none seemed particularly sociable. They kept to themselves, giving polite nods when passing by. I spent some time gazing across the wide field, noticing how the breeze made the tall grass sway like an ocean of green. The sun was bright, and for a fleeting moment, I felt silly for feeling so spooked the night before. But that sense of calm never fully took hold. It was as though the inn itself breathed with an unseen presence, one that retreated by day only to rear up at night. When dusk arrived, I found myself shaking with anticipation. I asked the receptionist on duty, another staff member with a distant manner, about any recent phone line upgrades or repairs. He shrugged, said he wasn't aware of any. He made some offhand comment about older lines sometimes acting up, but insisted it was rare. He seemed uncomfortable talking about it, so I let it go. My gut told me there was more going on, yet I had no proof. That night, I unplugged the phone again and slid it into the closet, half hidden behind spare blankets. I pushed a chest of drawers in front of the closet door, adding an extra layer of caution. Then I lay awake, heart pounding in anticipation. Midnight passed quietly. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, still nothing. At 2:59, I noticed the clock's digital display flicker in a strange way, as though the power was unsteady. The second it turned to 3 out, a sharp ring cut through the air, muffled by the closet, but unmistakable. My entire body seized with panic. It was as if an unseen hand had wrapped its fingers around my lungs. I could hardly breathe. Each ring seemed to vibrate through my bones. My mind spun wildly. The phone wasn't just disconnected. It was barricaded for crying out loud. There was no reason for it to ring at all, yet it did. Eventually, the ringing stopped, replaced by a deep silence that somehow felt worse. I found myself trembling so badly I thought my teeth would start chattering. I refused to move from the bed. I was petrified of what I might find if I answered. The possibility that I'd hear that static and breathing again twisted my stomach into knots. And then I heard scraping, like nails lightly scratching from the inside of the closet door. My heart lurched so violently that my vision blurred. It was the softest sound, yet it cut through the hush with surgical precision. It lasted only a few seconds, but the terror it induced felt overwhelming. My skin burned with cold sweat. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. Could stress conjure up these experiences? Was I so exhausted that I was hallucinating? In the morning, everything looked mundane again. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating harmless furniture and walls. But I felt hollow-eyed. My nerves shot to pieces. I resolved to speak with the elderly owner one more time, determined to get answers. When I caught her in the dining area, she seemed preoccupied, but I insisted on describing every detail: the repeated calls at 3 a.m., the static, the breathing, and the last night's scraping from behind the closet door. She looked at me with a mix of sympathy and unease, then quietly said she would check the lines again. She spoke in a hushed tone, as if not wanting to attract attention from other guests. Something in her eyes suggested she knew more than she admitted. But all she said, her voice quivering slightly, was that she hoped I could still enjoy my stay. As evening fell, I wrestled with whether to flee the inn altogether, but a stubborn part of me refused to be driven away without confronting the mystery. So, once darkness settled over the fields, I lit a small lamp on the bedside table, left the phone in the closet, and sat quietly, waiting. Minutes dragged into hours. My eyelids grew heavy, but my pulse remained erratic. At 2:59 a.m., I steadied myself, my hands balled into fists. When the display switched to 3L, I clenched my teeth, preparing for the phone to ring again. Silence reigned. Seconds passed, maybe a full minute, but there was nothing. No call, no scratching. My body remained alert, adrenaline surging. Gradually, a new fear crept in, the kind that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I felt I wasn't alone. An intense, prickling sensation swept over my arms, as though eyes were tracking my every move. The overhead light flickered, just once. Then, a soft creak came from the corridor outside. I stood, swallowing hard, and took tentative steps toward the door. My throat felt tight, breathing shallow. As I placed my hand on the doorknob, it moved under my palm, twisting slightly from the other side. My heart lurched, a cold rush flooding my veins. I yanked the door open, but the corridor was empty, bathed in dim yellow light. Yet, I could have sworn I heard a faint whisper near my ear as I stepped into the hallway. I retreated into my room, my mind spinning. Nothing felt safe anymore. Even the walls seemed to press inward, as if the inn itself was alive. I decided in that moment I couldn't stay another night. Whatever was happening, it was beyond rational explanation. My sense of reality felt distorted, my mental state fraying at the edges. The next morning, I gathered my belongings in haste, returning the key to reception. The elderly proprietor was absent, and the man behind the desk barely looked at me as I explained I was leaving earlier than planned. He didn't ask why. He just nodded and processed the paperwork without a word. The final moment of my stay came as I was loading my suitcase into the trunk of my car. In the reflection of the car's rear window, I saw the silhouette of a figure standing in the window of my old room, looking down at me. My entire body seized with panic. The shape was indistinct, featureless, yet clearly there. When I spun around to look directly, the window was empty. That was enough. I slammed the trunk shut, started the engine, and drove away, my heart thundering in my chest like it might never calm. Even now, the memory lingers. Sometimes, late at night, I wake up sweating, convinced I hear the faint ring of an old phone in the distance. I'll fumble for my cell, only to find silence. On more than one occasion, I've jolted awake at exactly 3 a.m., my body braced for a call that never comes. I tell myself it's all in my head, a phantom echo of that harrowing stay in the countryside. Yet a tiny voice in the back of my mind insists there was more to it, something beyond faulty wiring or overactive imagination. I can still picture that corridor, can still feel the musty air, and see those shadows swelling against the walls. I recall the hiss of static, the strained breathing on the line, and I wonder if I was chosen by some presence in that place, or if others have gone through the same ordeal. Sometimes I dream about returning there, flinging open that closet door at exactly 3 a.m. to confront whatever lurks behind the static. But then I snap awake, heart hammering, and I realize I'm not ready to face the truth of that phone's ringing, or the silence that follows it. I've come to accept that not all mysteries need resolving, that some truths are best left in the dark. The countryside was supposed to offer a break from the city's relentless pace. Instead, it showed me a deeper form of isolation. It taught me that sometimes escaping your daily grind can lead you to stumble upon something far more disturbing, a reality where a simple ring in the dead of night can unravel all your assumptions about logic and reason. Even though I escaped physically unscathed, I carry the lingering fear that, in the dead of night, a phone might ring somewhere, and that same static will leak through the line, reminding me of what I can't quite forget. And to this day, I dread the sound of any phone ringing after midnight, because each time I brace for that same deep, hollow breath that answers back. I sensed something was wrong the moment I stepped out of the elevator. The corridor lights seemed to flicker a little more than usual, and the stillness in the air felt oddly pressing, as if the building itself were holding its breath. I had stayed late at the office many times before, but that particular night, an unsettling energy seemed to ooze from the walls, creeping into my thoughts. My pulse quickened even before I slid my keycard into the office door. The silence was absolute, broken only by the soft hum of the ventilation system and the faintest echo of footsteps that disappeared far too quickly to be explained. I work as a data analyst in a modest accounting firm on the 12th floor of a bland, gray high-rise downtown. Most nights, when I do overtime, I'm one of the last people left upstairs. Usually, it's only me and the security guard, who stays in the small station in the lobby near the building's main entrance. The place is all fluorescent light and corporate carpets, with rows of cubicles and tinted windows that reflect the city's skyline. It's not unusual for me to lose track of time, hunched over spreadsheets until my back aches. But that week, something had shifted. Each night felt heavier, as if an invisible presence was pressing down on everything around me. I brushed it off as stress the first couple of times. After all, I had deadlines looming, and I assumed my imagination was just overreacting to the hours I was pouring into my work. On Wednesday, around 9 p.m., I first heard those distinct footsteps in the corridor. They were firm, methodical, and too close to be a simple echo from downstairs. I paused, letting my hands hover over the keyboard, my heart thudding against my rib cage. The sound traveled down the hallway, then halted just before it reached my open door. I called out to see if it might be the security guard checking in, but I got no response. Still, I decided to go take a look. The corridor was completely empty, just the steady glow of the overhead lights, and a row of identical doors leading to empty offices. I peered around the corners, double-checked the elevator area, even stood there listening for any sign of movement. Nothing. The footsteps had vanished, leaving behind an unsettling quiet that made me swallow hard. When I returned to my desk, I noticed something that hit me with a jolt of alarm. A few filing cabinet drawers near my workspace were open, though I distinctly remembered shutting them. Documents and papers I had neatly organized earlier that day were scattered across the floor, as if someone had rifled through them in a hurry. There was no reasonable explanation for why they were in disarray. I was alone. No one else should have been on that floor, and the only set of keys for the filing cabinets remained in my pocket. I knelt down, gathering the scattered papers, feeling my breath quicken. My palms were sweaty, and a prickly chill ran along my arms. I told myself to calm down. Maybe I'd forgotten to close the drawers properly. Maybe I'd knocked them while focusing on a spreadsheet. It was a flimsy excuse, but it was better than spiraling into panic. Over the next few days, the strange incidents intensified. Monitors would flicker on in the dark, illuminating rows of empty desks. The glow would cast warped shadows on the walls, making my heart pound whenever I sensed movement in my peripheral vision. The break room lights began to flicker in a pattern that almost felt rhythmic, like a silent Morse code tapping at my nerves. One night, I found the coffee maker hissing and sputtering on the countertop, even though I'd personally unplugged it before I left my desk. Its power cable was still wrapped around the base, definitely not attached to any outlet. The smell of scorched plastic in the air made the hairs on my neck stand on end. My body reacted to these events in ways I'd never experienced before. I felt a knot of tension in my stomach that refused to go away, a constant clench that made it difficult to focus on my spreadsheets. My heartbeat was erratic, sometimes surging for no apparent reason. My palms were always damp, and I found myself wiping them on my trousers every few minutes. It was as if my instincts were screaming that I was in danger, even though my rational mind insisted I was just dealing with faulty wiring or a glitch in the building's electrical system. Still, the goosebumps on my arms wouldn't subside, and the bitter taste of fear lingered on my tongue. On Friday, I tried to voice my concerns to the security guard in a roundabout way. I casually mentioned hearing odd noises after hours. He responded in vague terms, suggesting the old building sometimes groaned as the temperature changed, or that the HVAC system could cause strange echoes on the upper floors. He glanced around uncomfortably and added that it was probably just my imagination, heightened by fatigue. He looked more concerned about me than anything else, and I found myself feeling foolish for even bringing it up. I tried to laugh it off. Deep down, though, I knew what I'd heard, and seen went beyond mere building noises. That night, I resolved to keep a meticulous checklist before leaving. I double-checked every drawer, ensured every monitor was off, and saw to it that the coffee maker was not only unplugged, but also stored in a cupboard. I even took pictures with my phone, just to reassure myself that I wasn't losing my mind. When I returned on Monday evening, however, the break room light was on, the coffee maker was back on the counter, and one of the monitors near my cubicle was flickering. A stack of papers I'd left on my desk was strewn across the floor. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a flush of dread spread from my chest to the tips of my fingers. My heart hammered so hard I could hear the blood pulsing in my ears. The photographs on my phone were proof of how I had left things, yet the evidence of tampering was indisputable. I heard the footsteps again that same night, only this time they didn't pause outside my door. They continued, slow and deliberate, down the corridor. I abandoned my desk to investigate. The corridor lights seemed to dim at the far end, or maybe it was just my imagination. It felt as if the building had grown longer, the hallway stretching farther than it ever had before. My footsteps felt heavy on the carpeted floor, and each step I took made my pulse spike. The air smelled different, vaguely stale, as though no one had breathed it for years. My mouth went dry, forcing me to swallow repeatedly. I passed several offices, each dark and silent, but at the last office door on the right, I noticed a faint glow. It took everything in me to push that door open. My head throbbed with tension, and my hands trembled. Inside was an office space used for old archives, lit by a single flickering overhead light. It should have been locked. Only 2 keys existed, and one of them was kept in a secure cabinet downstairs. Yet there it was, unlocked and slightly ajar. Boxes of documents were stacked in neat rows against the walls. Dust motes swirled in the air. Nothing seemed obviously out of place, but the sense of being watched was overwhelming. My chest felt constricted, and I couldn't help but scan every corner, expecting someone or something to leap out. But the space was empty, aside from those towering boxes and a heavy steel desk in the center. I was ready to bolt back to my own desk when the overhead light flickered off entirely, plunging me into darkness. The few seconds that followed felt endless. My pulse roared in my ears, and my breathing grew ragged. My skin crawled with the prickling sensation of unseen eyes. Then, as abruptly as it had gone dark, the light sputtered back to life, revealing the same vacant room. Only now one of the boxes had toppled over, scattering old binders and files across the floor. I let out a shaky exhale, trying to reason that the light malfunction had startled me. And maybe I'd brushed against the box in the dark, but I knew I hadn't moved from my spot near the door. My spine tingled, and a cold sweat trickled down my temples. There was no logical explanation for what I was seeing. I left the room and hurried back to my desk, my legs feeling like lead. Every shadow in the corridor seemed to shift in my peripheral vision. I couldn't shake the sensation that something trailed behind me, just outside my field of view. The elevator ride down to the lobby felt like an eternity. My throat was so tight I could barely swallow, and I caught myself breathing in quick, shallow gulps of air. At the security station, I quietly asked if there had been any power surges or electrical maintenance that could explain the flickers. He looked at his console, shrugged, and mumbled that everything seemed normal. When I asked if he'd come upstairs at any point, he just shook his head. I decided I had to face this situation head on. On Tuesday, I arrived better prepared. I had my phone's flashlight at the ready, and I brought a small portable camera to record the office while I worked. If something really was moving drawers and messing with electronics, I wanted solid proof. All evening, nothing happened. I stayed until midnight, half expecting the lights to blink or the coffee maker to hiss. But the office was dead quiet. My heart rate began to slow, and I even started to wonder if I'd let a string of coincidences rattle me too much. Maybe I was just exhausted. I packed my things, intending to leave, and that's when a distant whisper rippled through the silence. It wasn't a voice I recognized. It sounded raspy, as though produced by ancient vocal cords. The words were indecipherable, but the tone was unmistakably urgent, almost pleading. I froze in place, every muscle tense, my skin prickling so fiercely it felt like needles. The whisper came again, echoing softly from the far end of the corridor. Without thinking, I switched on my phone's flashlight and pressed record. Creeping down the hallway step by careful step, my heart pounded in my throat, my breath shallow, and each footstep felt as loud as a gunshot. When I reached the corner, the whisper ceased abruptly, replaced by a suffocating stillness. It took a moment for me to realize that one of the office doors was wide open. That door always remained locked because the room behind it housed confidential files. Gathering what little courage I had left, I stepped inside. The overhead lights buzzed weakly, casting a dim glow across metal cabinets and stacks of folders. My camera recorded everything, but the screen showed only grainy shapes. As I moved farther into the room, a sudden wave of claustrophobia slammed into me. The walls felt like they were inching closer. My vision blurred with the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Then, in the reflection of one of the steel cabinets, I thought I saw movement behind me, an indistinct shape, taller than me, leaning forward as though peering over my shoulder. Whirling around, I found nothing, but the reflection had been so clear. I felt the heat of panic blossom under my skin. The air felt icy, and I shivered despite the sweat trickling down my back. The fluorescent lights started flickering, and with each flicker, I caught the faintest glimpse of shifting shadows in the corner of the room. I staggered backward, nearly knocking over a stack of files. My throat was bone dry, and I realized I was panting. A fierce sense of dread gnawed at my insides, telling me that whatever presence haunted this place was aware of me, and it wanted me to stay. That's when the final jolt of terror hit. My phone, which was still recording, suddenly emitted a burst of static, as if it had picked up a signal. The static popped and crackled, and within it, I could almost hear a muffled breath or a faint moan. Then the phone's light died, and the room went dark. The only illumination came from the corridor behind me, slanting through the open door. I scrambled for the exit, heart galloping so wildly I thought it would explode out of my chest. My entire body was trembling, and a chill racked my spine. Something felt dangerously close. Too close, and it took every ounce of willpower not to scream. As soon as I reached the corridor, the overhead lights steadied, bright and unblinking. The oppressive tension thinned just enough for me to gather my wits. My legs felt rubbery, but I forced myself to move. I almost sprinted to the elevator, jabbing the button repeatedly until the doors slid open. Inside the elevator, I stared at my reflection in the polished walls, noticing the sweat glistening on my forehead and the wild fear in my eyes. My breath came in ragged pulls. Despite my relief at leaving the 12th floor, I couldn't shake the sensation that something was riding the elevator with me, a faint pressure at my back or a cold brush against my shoulder. When I reached the lobby, the security guard looked up in surprise, probably noticing my pallor and uneven breathing. He asked if I needed help, but all I could do was mutter something about a rough night. I left the building with shaky steps, refusing to look over my shoulder. Even once I was outside, the streetlights felt too bright, and the honking of distant cars seemed surreal. I spent the entire drive home replaying the events in my mind, trying to find a rational explanation. None of it made any sense, and my reflection in the rearview mirror looked as haunted as I felt. I didn't quit my job. I still go in every day, though I avoid staying late whenever possible. If I absolutely must stay, I work with every light in the office blazing, and the radio humming softly just to remind me of the world outside. Yet, even in daylight, I sometimes sense a flicker at the edge of my vision, or hear the faint echo of footsteps in an empty corridor. I still check every cabinet, every monitor, and every door before I leave, taking photos, double locking everything, sometimes even filming myself. But every morning, something is invariably out of place. It's like an unspoken message from whatever lurks there, a reminder that I'm not alone. And that knowledge clings to my thoughts, leaving me in a constant state of guarded unease. I've considered the possibility that I'm imagining it all, that stress and fatigue have twisted my perception into something nightmarish. But then I remember the scattered papers, the inexplicably lit screens, the echoing whispers that no human throat could produce. Each incident feels like another thread pulling me deeper into a dark tapestry I can't fully see. Even now, I can't decide if I've unwittingly awakened a presence in that old building, or if I've cracked under the pressure of corporate deadlines. Whichever it is, the dread remains, unrelenting and intimate, like a second heartbeat in my chest, reminding me with every late night I spend at my desk that some things refuse to stay buried in the silence.